What's up? I don't know how to take this, but they telling me they just came back with the report. They came back with the car crash report, and you won't believe what was on that car crash report. No fatalities. No fatalities. So you know what that means. She did not pass away by no car accident. She did not pass away in no van like they tried to make it seem like. In the beginning, all I heard was Angie Stone passed away, car crash. Okay? Then it was an 18 wheeler. All that is a distraction from what really happened. We already know. She already told us they was coming after her because she was exposing the gatekeeper. She was exposing them for taking all her money and not doing her right. All these years, she's been quiet about this, trying to negotiate. But guess what? They've been playing in her face. And she's a nice Christian woman. She give people grace and forgiveness. I don't know any other woman that forgives as much as Angie Grace. I mean, as much as Angie Stone. Okay, I don't know. And she forgave these individuals, but they kept playing in her face, so she exposed them to the whole world. And she was not playing with them. So they already know, they already had her monitored, but they had double the monetization on her. Do you hear what I'm saying? And it is, I can't say it because you already know if I say what I want to say, then they're going to come for me. So I have to say it in a certain way where you can understand. And I want to know, can you guys hear me? Please press that 3 if you guys can hear me. Please press that 3 if you can hear me, because let me tell you, they've been trying to come from my channel again and again and again and again. Okay. So I have to make sure you guys can hear me, because next thing you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, y'all can hear me. Yes. So, honey, this was nothing but a cover up. They used a car crash, had me thinking she done passed away from the car wreck. But I knew something is up because she just told us a couple of months ago they was after her. She says, I'm exposing this, y'all. And I swear, I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm probably not going to see my money because they're going to do something to me. And can I tell you something? Other artists are speaking out against that same record company. It's this girl named Iggy Azalea. She's speaking out too. So they don't just they have a they are a pimp. These are thugs out here in these corporations and these big money power things. These are thugs, honey. And if you talking too much, if you find out too much, they're gonna take you out of here. Just like that. And they're gonna cover up with a car accident, put your butt in a tub, say that you overdosed on some shit. Or they're gonna say that you took yourself out of here. It's so many times we have heard, oh, such and such took themselves out of here. No, they did not. No, they didn't. That's a damn cover up. But it's up for us to investigate and find out the truth, and also keep on the voices up. She would not die. We will keep her name in our mouths, and we will get justice, and we will fight for her. Okay. And that's that. And I'm going to look in here. I want to see what y'all have to say about it, but I am so disgusted. I am so disgusted with all of it. People are saying that people around her, close to her, has been compromised. They said the industry, yeah, they can try to take you out of here, but most likely people around you, especially if you're trying to get into Hollywood, the people that she has around her want to be in Hollywood, you know? So they are willing to do whatever it got to take to get to the next level, to level up on their money in their pockets. And if they are part of the gatekeepers, they just like a fraternity. They just like a religion. They pledge for each other. And you don't know, your assistants, your executive assistant, could be a part of the group, and you don't know. Or when you first hired them, they wasn't a part, but then years later, they're a part, but you don't know. And they're going to keep an eye on you. And when it's time to take action, they gonna take you out of here. And you gonna be like, well, damn, he wasn't a part of that when I met him. No, eventually they will get compromised along the way. If they got their eye on you, they're gonna get somebody close around you to sell you out for some money or to get higher up in that Hollywood. And they are gonna betray you because their loyalty is to money. Their loyalty is to Hollywood and to be famous and to be somebody. You understand what I'm saying? So, hell, and I'm looking at that. I know people say you shouldn't look at Ashton. I'm looking at goddamn Ashton. I sure am. Some don't. I smell something don't sit right with me with him. Do you hear what I'm saying? He said he was just like a son to her. So how in the hell you gonna allow that white woman to come over there and pick up Angie through the van? That white woman said that she saw something and she rushed over and she helped a lady get out the van. Now people are saying she didn't say Angie. Hell, you know who she meant. I think she talking about Angie. And if she ain't talking about Angie, tell me the woman she talking about. Okay? Which woman she talking about? They said it was what, 3 women out there? Which woman did she help and pull to the side? I want to see this woman. Okay. Other than that, she talking about Angie until she come out here and say, I'm not talking about Angie. Okay. So she was the last person we know that had contact with Angie. What the hell she doing? People are saying she working with the higher ups. She's hired. And now she ain't speaking no more after we've been knocking on your goddamn door. We want answers. We got more questions. You can't just come up here and say some hocus pocus shit and have all these holes in the story and just go leave us on red. Hell no. We gonna be banging on your damn door. And until she come out here and clarify this shit, she a op too. Okay. Okay. So, So let me put on my glasses so I can see what you guys are saying up here. My bane is getting all in my way. My bane is getting in my way. Because I sure want to read some of this, what you guys are having to say. But before I go on, do you believe that she was set up? Angie Stone. Press 1 if you feel like, yes, she was set up. Press 2 if you feel like, no, she was not set up. This was just a freak accident. It was such a coincidence. And if it was such a freak accident, why did they push it out here like she passed away from a car crash? Why didn't they say, well, you know what? She passed away after the car crash from X, Y, and Z or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like the family don't even know what the hell is going on. But the people that work for her, they know what's going on, but they are keeping it hush. Why are they keeping it so tight-lipped? It is something going on with some money involved. They said the trucker is ran away. He afraid of his life. He's scared to speak out. Why is the trucker afraid to speak out? Because them higher ups got to him. Them higher ups got to him. It is some funny situation. They are saying that white lady, she came out here to place the blame on the 18-wheeler without saying it because she kept on messing up and saying, well, she almost said it ran somebody over. And then all we knew was the ending 18-wheeler and it brushed her back and somebody died after that. And she know that would have a lot of us thinking it's the 18-wheeler fault. That's why a lot of people felt like, oh, the 18-wheeler must have ran her over because she told the story. She did that shit on purpose. She pushed that agenda on purpose. She wanted to get in my mind that it was the 18-wheeler fault. So she won't have to face fault or whoever she protecting, the higher ups. You know what I'm saying? But to me, all this 18-wheeler truck, the car accident, it ain't nothing but a cover up for what really happened. And nobody would not tell us how she really passed away, right? Right. Nobody won't tell us that. It wasn't about no goddamn car accident. And it wasn't about that 18-wheeler. So how did she pass away? It's been 15 days, man. Okay, she passed away March the 1st, 16 days, man. Okay, what's really going on out here in these streets? So I'm looking here. Let me blow this up so I can see because, you know, sometimes I got to squint. All right, let's get the likes up. Are the likes liking? Are we liking? can we please get the likes up in this thing? Because you guys know we are in crazy territory. So we need all the likes we can get. We only have 186 likes. Let's get these likes up, y'all. Let's not play with it. I don't blame the trucker for not coming to the public. Why don't you blame him? Somebody passed away. The least he can do is speak to the damn public. If I'm driving an 18-wheeler and Angie Stone passed away, I'm going to speak to the public to clear my name to say, listen, I'm going to tell you what happened. I saw the van. The van was doing X, Y, and Z. I sped over. I didn't hit that goddamn van, and I went into the ditch. That's what happened, y'all. I'm so sorry for Angie Stone passing away. Oh my God, my heart is hurting right now. Okay, but I did not hit that van. I did not hit that goddamn white lady. Okay, I got out the car. I seen what's going on, and it was not no white lady around or saying something or saw. He could speak out and say a whole bunch of stuff that'd be helpful. Yeah, yeah. If I was 18, well, I'm gonna speak out. I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on. Okay, press 1. If you was 18-wheeler truck, would you speak out? Press 10 if you'll speak out, 20 if you will not speak out. Now, some people say, well, I'm not going to speak out because I don't want the higher ups to come after me. Well, I can understand that. You know, if he's scared for his life, he's scared for his family life. If the higher ups threaten him and say, if you speak out, I'm coming after your family. I'm coming after X, Y, Z. Then hell, I might shut up too. But if the higher ups didn't do that yet, then he should speak out and hurry up. And then the higher ups will get to him and say, well, shit, I didn't know, man. I was just being honest and wanted to tell my truth, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. Now it look like he running away from something. Why you running away? You so quiet. And we need community to start speaking out. You know what I'm saying? You better run your mouth because sooner or later, you're not going to have a chance to speak about nothing. Sooner or later, they're going to take your voice and silence it. Do you know in certain countries, they're not allowed to speak out in the public settings? Hell, we might be in the last times that we can really speak out and say what we want to say. Hell, we already censored, but baby, they're going to censor us more and more and more so they can have more control. You best believe that. Do you really think the higher ups is pleased with all y'all truth tellers out here doing these interviews and yapping your goddamn mouth? They trying to figure out something right now where they can silence all that. Okay? Yeah, so if you got something, you better start speaking out now. Hold your peace. You might not get a chance in the future. Okay? Now, what else y'all saying before I bring Storm up here? How is she alive? We just saw pictures of her body in the casket. Please stop the madness. I don't know. I guess some people feel like Angie Stone is still alive. Yeah, they saw the body. It was an open casket. That first funeral, it wasn't an open casket. It was closed casket. And it had a lot of people wondering, why the hell is it closed casket? People thought because she allegedly got hit by an 18-wheeler truck, which she did not get hit by an 18-wheeler truck. People thought, well, goddamn, maybe her head went that way. The body went that way. You know what I'm saying? But come to find out, that other funeral they had, they said they saw the whole body. I wasn't there. I saw a little picture of it. But they said she was in a casket. They had an open casket, but they didn't want nobody to film or take pictures. But they had real people coming up there viewing the body. Okay. So we did see that body, unless y'all saying that she's cloned and that body ain't her body. But other than that, she is gone. They took her out of here because she's talking too much. And I don't think they're going to waste their energy and their resources to make a mistake and keep her ass alive. Why would they keep her alive if she knows so much? Why would they keep her alive? They know that she's going to start yapping that mouth. And Iggy Azalea, she started yapping her goddamn mouth. People are saying they're not going to touch her because she's Caucasian. She white, right? They said they're going to take a black woman out, but not no white woman. They said she going to get hers because she white. I don't know. Okay. Because they are taking out our black celebrities. That's what I do know. They are taking out our black celebrities, honey. If they're not taking out our black celebrities, they putting them up in jail and they exposing all their damn dirty secrets. Now, darn well that all them people in Hollywood got a whole bunch of dirty secrets. You know what I'm saying? Woo-wee, honey. We gonna talk about all this shit tonight. Let's get the lights up. Come on. Slow down, Gigi. Takesha, you better catch up. You better catch up, girl. You better catch up. Okay? You better catch up. I'm gonna have the whole group up in here, and that's gonna slow it down. But I figure I need to get me in first. You know what I'm saying? The common denominator, left eye, Angie. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, listen. He might be Jay, but I don't mess with the Jays. Okay. Now I'm not gonna mess with the Jays. You ain't gonna hear about me. I'm not fucking with the Jays. So let's squash that. Okay. I'm gonna keep with the higher ups. I'm not fucking with them Jays. Yep, it's over. They owned her. They owed her so much money. And not only that, they didn't mind owing her so much money. That they didn't care about that because they see you my property. Just like a pimp and a prostitute, ho. You my hoe. Okay? But the problem is when you start making a spectacle out here in these streets and you start huffing and puffing about your money, you starting to lure her up. And we just seen this shit go down with Diddy and how messy that is and how horrible his whole thing went down. And it might get to us. So we kind of nervous. So we may have to just take you out of here and see your ass as a casualty. Hell, you ain't making money for us anymore anyway. So we don't see no value in you no more. So they had to take her out the board because she knew too much. She was yapping her mouth and she was doing a lot of research. She said she's going to get to the bottom of this. She said this will be televised. She told the whole world that, baby. Okay. So, honey, they had to take her on out of here. They said, calm down. Y'all want me to calm down? Okay. And they say, you sweating. Child, this ain't nothing but, you know, I use that coconut oil. Shit. Girl, this ain't nothing but coconut oil on my skin. You know, I use that coconut oil and that castor oil. Yeah, you know that castor? It makes you do a lot of benefits to your skin. So it ain't sweat. That's just castor and a little bit of coconut oil. That's all it is. Okay. I ain't sweating, child. Ooh. Drake, a part of that too. That's why I was the whole thing with him and Kendrick because possibly it all trickles down. Puzzle, I know I better see you in the back. Don't be typing, Gigi. I will join you in about a half an hour. Okay, I have to finish. Okay, well, hurry up, child. Hurry up. All right. So, Storm, how's it going?
It's going fine, Gigi. How you doing today?
I'm all right. Now you have some more information to share.
Yes, Gigi, this is pitiful.
What happened now?
My heart is absolutely hurt. What we about to share today is totally. Anyway, let's get into it. That's just no other way but to do it, but to get into it. And now we're about to get into it. Gigi, here we go. At the accident where it took place on Alabama Highway, Highway 65, at mile marker 162. Upon the call being received at 4 a.m., Highway Patrol went out to the scene. When they got out to the scene, they interviewed people in the van. Unit 1 was traveling north on Highway 65, and the driver of Unit 1 fell asleep while operating his vehicle, causing it to leave the road on the left. Causing it to leave the road on the left shoulder and overturned when re-entering the road and overturned when re-entering the road again and overturned when entering the road. Unit 1 landed on its driver's side and came to a still stop, as shown on the diagram of the police report. Now, I can't show you the report at this time, but I'm reading from the report. Secondly, driver of Unit 1 stated there was something wrong with Unit 1, talking about the Mercedes Streamer. Something was wrong with it, causing it to snatch, and he had to keep adjusting the lane change malfunction feature on the unit. And the driver of the unit also stated that he don't know what happened after about 2 hours into the drive. You are a liar. We're gonna deal with these three statements right here, Gigi. If this is true, what happened? Me and Puzzle laid out yesterday that we believe that what happened was that van hit something off of the curb, off the side of the road, and caused it to flip. Did we not say that yesterday? Yes, I did.
Uh-huh.
Said it
Now,
the other.
okay, for some of the slow people in the back. Okay, so what exactly happened? Lethal fell asleep.
It said that Lethal fell asleep.
So he was falling asleep. But then y'all said that he couldn't fall asleep because he was arguing. So was
That's
he
good.
arguing or was he falling asleep?
He was he gave the excuse of falling asleep. They were arguing.
So you feel like he lied on the report about he fell asleep.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we need the people in the passengers to come out and speak out. Let me know, y'all, was he falling asleep or was he arguing? Because y'all would know.
Okay. Now, sticking to this point right here, I'd like to proffer that while this was going on, the clear lady was right there, either beside the van or just a little bit in front of it. And when he tried to jerk back onto the road, he got startled because that vehicle was right there. So I believe that she was part of that situation. So Unit 1 and Unit 2. But there's 3 units. They're only mentioning Unit 2 as a truck driver. Unit 1 is Lethal. The clear lady is not mentioned at all, but she was there. And what she said makes exact sense to this report right here, that she was driving along that van at some close proximity. Now here's the clicker. Here's the clincher to all of this here. Mr. Ashton hired Mr. Lethal to drive. Why? In the report of Vehicle 1, pedestrians 0, injured 9, fatalities 0. There were no fatalities at that scene. That's why there was no highway patrol scene blocking off that highway. That's why there were no yellow tape blocking off that highway, because there was no fatalities. This report comes from the State Highway Patrol.
Meaning that Angie Stone wasn't dead.
She was not dead.
And before you, I can concur because I have it. And Gigi, I sent it to you via email this morning.
Okay,
So
thank y'all. But y'all got it. So we're going to come on. Go ahead.
not only were there no fatalities, but even in the statement that he got from the driver, there's only one mention. And when you look in the diagram, they do actually show that the van was kind of swerving. I think it says going northbound, and then it fell over. But the reality is, and the lady's name is Courtney. Her name is Courtney. She, if you all remember in her statement, she made mention that she was driving and she saw a van down in the fast lane. And we talked about that yesterday, and we said, but the van was in the median. So there's something weird because how did the van end up in the median? And now that makes sense to when I said that that truck had nothing to do with it, because the truck was swerving to keep from hitting the van that was actually on the left side in the
Coming,
fast lane.
correct, coming out of
In
the white
addition
lane.
to that, I will say there's a gentleman, and I watched his whole video earlier today. And I suggest a lot of you all, if you want more information, his name is Paperwork Party. That's the name of his channel. He actually called Courtney and he called, um, what's the gentleman's name? Hold on one second, because I
He
don't
he
want to
called
get any. Oh,
he
he
he called
called Courtney
Courtney.
and Anthony.
He
And when
called
he
Courtney,
called them,
Anthony, and Ashton. He called all three
yeah,
of them.
yeah. I mean, he called Ashton and Anthony, and when he called them, he kind of said he was I guess a federal officer, and he was asking them what happened, and both of them told him that he had to refer them to their attorney. Their attorney is a celebrity attorney, and her name is Rhonda Wheels, and she's worth like $100 million. And when he called Courtney, which is the white lady, he called her as well, and she referred him to her attorney. He goes by the name of Vincent, and she said, but he's out of town. He won't be back till Monday. And it was funny to me because in each one of those situations, if this was just a accident, you know what I'm saying? Just a car accident. What are the attorneys for? Like, why is it if someone was to call you to ask you what was going on, why do you have to refer? If the white lady was just rendering aid, why do you have to refer somebody to your attorney? If Ashton and Anthony were just a part of the van and they had nothing to do, why are you all referring to an attorney, and why do you have a high profile attorney? So it's a lot going on. And also the gentleman that his video I watched, he went to the funeral in South Carolina. He said he did view the body. He said she was just laying there smiling with her legs crossed. And he said he came out and he thought she didn't get hit by an 18 wheeler, which I knew that anyway. But he did call them. He called, and then also when he was calling Ashton, he asked him, he said, why didn't you help Angie Stone? No, he said, did you try to help Angie Stone get out of the van? And he said, you have to talk to my attorney. He said, I'll talk to your attorney, but I'm asking you, did you try to help her get out of the van? He said, I'm not going to respond to that. He said, you were the closest to her. Why didn't you help Angie Stone get out of the car? And he hung up on him. So
That was
he
Ashton.
actually, that was
That was
Ashton that he
Ashton.
called. And then when he called Anthony, Anthony was a little bit more calm, but he also referred him to the attorney. But he asked if they got injured, and they were like, yeah, we were injured, you know. But when he called Courtney, he had to call her like 2 or 3 times. She eventually picked up, and when he started asking her questions, she was just like, you need to talk to my attorney. And he was like, did you go to the hospital? And she's like, yeah. And he said, your attorney's out of town? She's like, yeah. And she gave him the number. And he doesn't mute anything out. The numbers, the names, everything is there. And I think this video was like 2.5 hours. But
Yeah.
it's a good video. It's full of validity. He didn't just say a bunch of stuff. He was like literally calling these people. He also said he called up to the station to see the highway video, and they told him the only way he would get it is if he came up there and watched it with him. He said, I'm not going to Alabama to watch no video. He said, they'll take me out. But he's working to get it. But he says that his page is called Paperwork because he gets all of this information and he shares it. And he really did. When he called them, I was like, wow, he called them. It was almost hard to listen to him talk to Ashton. I'll be honest with everybody. I actually had to fast forward because you can tell that there was some apprehension, and it made my flesh crawl because it was like you could just kind of hear the guilt, you know, like you knew it was something to it. And then he hung up on him. So yeah. Oh, also my only other point before I heard that video, we were talking about a white sheet and a pink sheet. I went back and watched multiple videos. There is no body under any of that. That is stuff that flew outside of that van. The white one that was on the back, that was like I don't know if it was part of the airbag. And the pink one, it just looks like it may be pink, it may be red, but it's just something that flew outside of the van. I think the way is the way they had it positioned. But another lady, she was on the opposite side of the highway, and I took a picture of it. It's just something laying there. Nothing was under it. So just to verify for everybody that was talking about like the little blankets and stuff, there were no bodies under there. But to Quiet Storm's point, there's also no fatalities that they reported on the crash report. 9 people injured. And then Angie Stone is also not listed on the crash report as somebody that they transported to the hospital.
That's correct. She's not listed on the report at all. So, question is, the belief is that someone picked her up and took her someplace. I think I am believing to concur with that objective also.
So who picked her up? The white lady?
Yes, she would have had to
Oh,
been the only.
yeah, she said she the one that took her out that van around 4 o'clock in the morning
That's
Hmm.
correct. That's correct.
and told her
And
to sit down. Where she was
and
telling her to sit down.
yeah, and there is now there is logical information that's missing for about a 2 hour period. Did you not see that puzzle?
Hmm. There, and even you were mentioning the report from, and that's what I wanted to read again. I know you read it. You read it with such conviction, Quiet, but I think it's okay to say it again. But
Go ahead.
when they were talking about, it says Unit 1 was traveling north on I-65. Driver of Unit 1 fell asleep while operating his vehicle, causing it to leave the road on the left shoulder and overturned when I'm sorry, when re-entering the road. Unit 1 landed on the driver's side and slid to a stop as shown in the diagram. And the diagram does show you the Courtney, her name is Courtney. She said she saw the car in the fast lane. And that was weird because all of us were like, it was in the grass. It goes on to say driver of Unit 1 stated there was something wrong with Unit 1 causing it to snatch, and he had to keep adjusting the lane change malfunction feature on Unit 1. Driver of Unit 1 also stated that he did not know what happened after about 2 hours into the drive.
Now, how do you not know what happened about 2 hours into the drive? That's where I think a misstatement is, because let's say you were not driving for those 2 hours. The van had already been flipped over. So that's at 4 hours. So from between 4 and 6, where were you? Because that time's not accounted for. Am I correct, Peace?
Yes.
That
Yes.
time from 4:25 to 6:37, actually from 4:25 to 7 a.m. is not accounted for. Why?
I
Why is
also I also want to point out that if you listen to the narrative that they did on the report, there's no mention of the 18 wheeler. And if he was involved, there would be details. So he would have been unit 2 or 3. And there's also no mention of Courtney. And so that's a little weird because anybody involved in an accident, they're going to list it. Also on the diagram, the only cause of this accident, which yesterday, Gigi, you asked me to explain single vehicle, and I thought they meant it like it hit it. No, they're saying the only thing involved was the van. The van was a single vehicle. They have nothing on this diagram of another car because when they do the diagram, they would show you everything involved. There's no body because if there was a fatality, you'd see it on there too. Nothing is listed. Let me see if I can. I'll share my screen real quick. You all can
Y'all,
look.
let me know when y'all ready for me to ask questions.
You can
Cause
ask a question. Can you
this
see
don't
that?
make sense. I can see
okay?
it, but I'm not gonna struggle.
Why?
So
Why?
maybe
What?
that's a struggle.
Hey, Peace. Will you hold it up for it, and I'm gonna explain exactly, because
Yes.
I
Yes.
did give this. I did explain this here before. Okay, so the other day when I was explaining to you, what you see here is a diagram of Unit 1, which is the Mercedes van. So the Mercedes van in the left lane, okay, it swerved off on the left curb in the middle median, and then get back on the road, and the little being back on the road, the right front tire caught itself and then probably caused the van to flip. That's the easy way for it to flip. That explains that diagram right there. Now, if that's the case, let's say the tractor trailer is, say, a mile behind it, right? It sees the van probably flip, but it's not there. However, he was in the right lane, so he was in ease to not have any damage to that van whatsoever because it was already on the left shoulder. All right, he's in the right because he cannot be in the left lane. He has to stay in the right lane on a 2-lane highway. Okay, now, so he's in the right lane by law. He's in the right lane. Now, if this lady is stopped on the road in front of that in front of Unit 1. The truck sees it. He sees the overturned vehicle. He sees the vehicle in the front that's blocking, and now he's coming too fast to make a true. He had to veer off to the left to get in that middle median so that he would not do any damage to anyone, because they have those barriers that stop trucks. That's what tore up the front end of that truck. No, that truck did not hit the van at all. The front end of that truck got torn up on the driver's side from veering off to the left. And on the left side, left driver's side of the front, the fender took a little bit of damage only because of the metal wiring that's part of that highway to keep vehicles from crossing to the other side of that median.
And quiet, just before you finish, More to Life asked me, did Courtney say the van hazards were on? Actually, in her, when she was talking, More to Life, she said she turned her hazards on, and she said she saw the van and she jumped out to render aid. So that's where the hazard lights came from. She said it was hers. And I went back and listened, and she did say she called 911. But that's what's weird, because she also, and the gentleman that called her asked, did you go to the hospital? And she said, yeah. And that is also weird again for anybody, because if you're involved in a car accident and you go and they're checking you out, they got to call the cops. That's part of their procedure. So I hear a lot of people saying she took Angie. I don't know the validity of that. I don't know how much of that is true, but what I'll say is her saying she saw her and then she got brushed by the vehicle and then she left and did all it doesn't make sense as to how she was able to do all of that. And then she said she drove past and she got a video, but when she got home she found out somebody died. But it's like there were no fatalities on this police report, so it's something weird. What her part is in it, I don't know. I don't know if she took her. She never said she took her. People are saying she took her because she set her down. I don't know that. It was two other women in the van, so I don't know that for sure. I don't know.
So
Plausible.
the beginning of the week, I told everyone that there's 2 investigations. This is proof of what I said. And the reason there's 2 is because there was an investigation of how Angie's demise happened. The coroner's report don't back up the stories as what's been told. It's completely out of order. Now you have the investigation from the highway department because you have a passenger that was in the vehicle. That demise ended up happening around the same time period, yet there was no fatality in that vehicle. So they have to open an investigation.
To Miss, is it Miss Cheeky? You said the accident happened at 4:20. Actually, the report the crash report, it shows time. Yeah, it does show 4:20. It does say that on here.
Yeah, I verified that when Gigi a week and a half ago. Yeah, I verified that. And I told
so on this report. Now y'all say Angie Stone not on the damn report.
No.
You're gonna have to make that make sense.
So they have a list of everyone that was injured and where they were transported. She wasn't listed as one of those that was transported.
So where was Angie Stone at? Why didn't they list her name? Did they not see her?
Oh no, they did a thorough oral report, and they would have spoken to her.
So Angie Stone was not on the scene when the ambulance came.
I don't believe she was on the scene when the highway.
I got questions. Okay, so Angie Stone, was she at the report at the scene when the popos and ambulance came?
Now, as far as their report shows, they show 9 injuries, but when they list everybody's name and where they went, she's not on there.
Okay, so I need y'all to just give me an answer, straight answer.
Peace, can you do me a favor?
People.
Sure.
The email is in the back chat. Can you send it to me right quick?
Oh, yeah. I'll forward everything I sent to Gigi to you now.
Okay, so the 9 people, who is the 9 people? Because you're telling me 9 people, but Angie Stone is not included in the 9?
All
She's
eight,
Go ahead. Go
all
ahead.
all 8 names that I gave you the other day are all the names that are on the report, except for Angie.
Okay, 8 people on the report, but Angie. Now
Hmm.
you just said 9 people on the report.
They said 9 injuries. They said nine
Nine
people were
injuries.
injured. But when
9
they identify,
injuries. Well, who
Mhm.
is the 9 injury? All the people that you name, and what about Angie? Is she included in the 9 injuries or no?
So that's what you would assume because they said it was 9 people. But when they list the names, there's only 8.
So something up with the report. Who created the report?
The sergeant's name is Sergeant David Rogers. I think
You
I
need
have
to
that
look
as
up
well.
Sergeant David Rogers, because something up with the report. The report ain't reporting. The
Let me
report
make
ain't reporting.
let me make sure I got his name
I
real
don't
quick.
feel good about this damn report. Okay? Press 1 if y'all feel confident with this report. Press 4 if you don't feel confident in this report. Where is Angie Stone? Okay. Her name should have been the first one on that goddamn list. Okay. What is going on? What is going on? It is some evil, conniving shit going on in the government and the popos and the troopers writing a report. It seems like it's a fake report. Come on, how you not having Angie Stone on that damn report? And how are these passengers? Y'all just gonna leave with the police report without Angie Stone on that report? Where did y'all take her? What did y'all do to Angie Stone? If the popos and ambulance came up there and they didn't see Angie Stone, come on now. And the police and the ambulance, y'all knew some shit was up because you went there. And then later on, you saw in the news that same scene, Angie Stone was dead. Shouldn't you think, well, goddamn, I was just at that goddamn scene. I didn't see no Angie Stone. Ain't no Angie Stones on my report. Something is going on. Something is fishy up in this motherfucker. Okay. Now Puzzle then left. Hold on. B, I know you got some thoughts.
I'm back. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I got questions.
Hold on. Before,
Yes.
so I was gonna. You all
Oh,
asked me a question on the
Oh,
report.
I
It
got a
says
lot of them. Go
the
ahead.
police were notified at 4:35. The police did not arrive until 5:25, and EMS made it there at 4:55.
Which is what I told you the other day.
But the accident happened at 4:20.
Yeah. Okay. So boom. 420. That's the crash. Got that. All right.
4:20.
So was Angie Stone in the damn van? Was
no.
Angie Stone in
Hello,
the
everyone.
van? Hold on, B. I still
Okay.
got some questions, girl. Was
Okay.
Angie Stone in the van?
Per the injuries of 9, yes, but why she wasn't listed with
Hold
specific
on, Puzzle.
details?
Hold on. Let's don't do that trickery language
No, no,
with you.
no. They actually say 9 injuries, but when you go to list more information, her name is not listed as to where she was transported.
Exactly. If the name not on there, that 9 could be somebody else. Who
You're
knows? It
right.
could be Ray Ray and Kiki. I
You're right.
don't damn know. All I know, Angie name. It was
Mhm.
she in the van or was she not in the van? Was it a fake trying to act like she in a van, but they already took her out and took her out of here and
Mhm.
try to make it seem like she was in a van? What was all that goddamn twistling for? I don't know. It's a lot of fishy shit going on. Ashton, your name is written all on that motherfucker. You know some shit.
He
Child,
does.
this shit don't sound right.
He does. He definitely does. But if you pay
Ashton,
attention, the cops didn't actually arrive until 5:25, an hour and 5 minutes later.
You said an hour later? Why so
They were
late?
the cops were notified at 4:35, but they didn't make it until 5:25. EMS was there 30 minutes late, 35 minutes later. They didn't make it till 4:55.
So tell me this. Who called 911?
She said she did.
I know, but on that report, do it say who called?
It doesn't
no.
even list anything other than what the driver said.
Well, paperwork. Can you get the recordings of the 911 call? Yeah, they say you do a lot of shit, dog.
Is he in there? Is he
I
in
don't
there?
know. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
now
tell him.
he on his stuff though,
Tell
because
him.
he called
He
him. He
he
he is
he
not
asked
afraid.
he made the phone call live
Yeah,
on
he
the
called
Pizzazz.
him.
He called, and but here's the thing, Let's talk about Rhonda Wills. Rhonda Wills is a big time shooter. She's a headhunter. Why would Ashton and how would Ashton know to get to Rhonda Wills? Rhonda Wills, Judge Rhonda Wills, who's dealt with the likeness of Judge Mathis and all these big name artists and stars. She's had communication with. Now, this right here is just no.
I guess what bothers me is I don't care what anybody says. Like, if you're a part of an accident, why do you need an attorney if you didn't have anything to do with it? If all that happened is that Angie Stone, she passed away she succumbed to her injuries, whatever. Why do you need an attorney? And then if the lady rendered aid, why does she? That's where it throws me off. What is the attorney for? Like, if you did nothing, what's the problem? That's where I'm confused. It's like nothing makes sense. Every last one of you all were injured or harmed or whatever, but now you need an attorney for what? What do you need a high power attorney for? That's what throws me. And then the lady's like, talk to my attorney about what? All you said is you rendered aid and you got out to help somebody and you got hit. So I'm confused.
So B, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
B, are you hearing what they just told me? This my
I've been,
first time hearing this
I've,
shit. B,
I've been saying
what
it
do
all
you
the
think?
while, but it's been going past y'all head.
Say
When
it
I
again,
first,
B. Say it again.
I've been saying it all the while. It's been going past y'all head. I've been
B,
saying
you
it from
don't
the
say it
beginning.
again.
Oops, sorry, we're talking over. I'm
I
talking over
know.
y'all.
Just say it again, B.
Remember from the very first time I got up here, I described how the truck had to swerve and go over because they had to avoid hitting the car. But then I said, oh, it didn't make sense unless the car was in front of them for them to have to swerve. But they was in the median already. So that means that it was an obstruction that was already there for the truck to go over, even though we were speculating all of that. But on the DOT side of things, that truck had no choice but to swerve. When we talked about taking the truck out of it as an allegation, that the truck had to swerve because that highway has no runaway. So that was the only runaway for the driver to swerve over and cross over because there are
That's what you're saying that you've been saying. Okay, well, tell me this. I want to talk about Angie Stone.
Yeah, I am. I didn't get a chance to finish.
Because all that truck serving, I want to know about what happened to Angie. Was she in the van? Was she not in the van? All the time while her name was not on a report. I'm concerned about Angie.
Okay, the person that came and saying that she had held her hand and got a hold of her hand and told her that she had to sit down. That is the person. When I say I've been saying all along, she is the one to come to finish Angie off. Her.
So you talk clearly and let y'all know I'm gonna cuss Cynthia. Cynthia gone somewhere with that. We got freedom of speech right now. So anyway, so are you saying that the white lady took her out of here?
Yes, because where the ambulance, even though we were talking about private ambulance, they did something from that time to then in transporting her.
Okay,
If there was ever an ambulance, now really thinking about it.
No, there was an ambulance. The ambulance was Care Ambulance, and they Care Ambulance transferred people to Baptist South Hospital in Montgomery.
Okay, so she could have been part of the ambulance, or and done something on the way
How's
No,
she
to
gonna
no,
be
the
no.
part of the
See,
hospital.
damn ambulance?
we're getting into wild speculations by doing that, and that's not possible at
Okay.
this point by the report. So
Okay, bring it up.
I don't want to be I don't want to be part of wild speculation. I would rather deal with the facts and then come to a wise conclusion. But I don't want to make outlandish,
Correct. And I don't think, well, I know for the police officers or the investigators that they work the accident, they can't falsify documentation. And so what you see, what you read, and somebody was like, "Oh, you follow paperwork. He's false." I only saw some of the stuff he had, but I did my own research to whoever it was that said that. I'm pretty intelligent and I went and looked for these things myself. But one thing that I can tell you is that on that crash report, just from the very beginning, when you see no fatalities, 9 injuries, and then there's only an image of a van, but there's no descriptor of a body. Because if there's ever a fatality, when they do the report, you have to show where the body laid. If the truck was involved, you have to show how it was a part of it. And in the narrative, it would have been more information. So to Gigi's question of where was Angie Stone, the question, so they identify 9 people, but Gigi, to your point, by the time you give specific information about transport, there's no identifier for her. So now where she
correct,
went, how she got there, I have no idea. But
correct,
they did not put her on there. She's not on there.
right. And
Puzzle. Let me ask you that. How could that be?
To be perfectly honest with you, people would probably like to think like, oh, maybe it's an extra page. It was an oversight. I honestly kind of feel like she may not have been there, to be honest. And you said something about it was an extra person. Something just doesn't feel right to me. And I said this yesterday. I could make up a bunch of stories and tell you what I think it is. But I just truly believe that with so much going on, and you said it yesterday with so much passion, Gigi, Ashton for sure knows, Anthony, all those people they know, but it almost looks like that accident was staged. That is my opinion. And I say it looks staged because one vehicle, he says he fell asleep and then 2 hours he doesn't know what happened. The car landed in the fast lane, but by the time everybody got wind of it, it was in the median. That's a little weird. I mean, I don't know. It almost feels a little staged. Who's behind it? Who's done it? I have no idea. Do I feel like the white lady's involved? Yeah, something going on
oh
with
yeah,
her. What it is, I
she's
don't
definitely
know.
involved. There's
I
no
don't know.
question about it. Now, I I think some way or another, either Ashton or Lethal made a phone call or something, and they ran into this lady, and this lady got brought into this here to make this story look sensational, so that it looks like all this happened, and she is an outside witness. Hey, we got a
Mhm.
few coins for you. Give your story and help us out, because with this report, this detail at this stage of the game for the
Mhm.
preliminary side, it doesn't go into detail too much about Lethal, but Lethal's a
Mhm.
driver. But the reason why they didn't put any potential charge, communication or whatever on here is because there was no demise. So if they
Mhm.
don't have, because believe me, if she would have passed away at the scene,
They would
he
have said it.
would be in jail, and they would have said that. That's
Mhm.
mandatory. He
And
would
I
have been
think
charged.
Courtney didn't. I'm not sure if somebody tried to tell her what to say, but she just didn't follow the script if that's the case. Because the story she told, and Gigi, you said it earlier when she was saying it brushed past me, and she said almost got ran off. It was that Freudian slip. It was like she was getting ready to say something, but she did not say it. And then here's the other thing. I meant to say this earlier. She said that she saw the van, and so she stopped, and she had I don't know if she said the van's hazards. I saw somebody, I don't know. Either way, she got out to render aid. What was funny is, do you all remember she said she ran across the highway? What were you running from? You were on the same side as the vehicle because you said you stopped to render aid. So why did you have to run? So I listened to it again and I was like, well, what was she running for after she failed? Well, I was telling my daughter to move the car so she could get out of the way. And again, I don't know what this lady did, how she did it, who she did it with, but her story didn't make sense. It didn't make sense, from I fell, got up, went to the hospital, made it back home. None of it made sense. Again, allegedly, she's the one that took Angie. I don't know that. I don't know.
And
But she definitely had something to do with it.
yeah,
Now,
there's
what her
something.
part was again, I don't know.
Yeah, and there's something I want to address right quick to Cynthia Butler Hayden. Cynthia, okay, I don't know exactly what you're trying to say, but what you have written here that I'm looking at says repeat the morgue. Repeat. The morgue can give info need if they have Angie's birthday. Unfortunately, confirmed the morgue told me who brought him to the morgue, who brought her. She meant brought her to the morgue. Okay, now here's the thing with that. I know that information already.
Mm.
It's not time to give it yet because there's a two-part investigation. And somebody's gonna start talking on squealing on themselves in a minute.
Well, clarity to what Quiet Storm is saying. So for everybody else, they went to the hospital. And if they're saying that Angie Song, she died on the scene, she was never taken to the hospital. The next time that they were able to locate her, she was with the forensic scientist, which means she was at the morgue. And so there's some slight confusion because why did she go to, like it's kind of cumbersome when you think about it because there's a process when there's an accident. And the next time they were able to locate her, it was verifiable that she was you know, she was with the forensic scientist or the pathologist or whoever.
Yeah,
So
but the coroner's office picked her up from the hospital.
that's what they say.
That
But
well, the
there's
hospital
no,
the hospital confirmed that.
well, then why wasn't she on the report?
That's a whole different subject. It's because I can't explain that because I don't have enough information. But she was at the hospital.
Hmm.
How she got to the hospital, I don't know. But the question was asked:
Which
was it by
hospital?
the Baptist South?
Baptist South.
Yes.
Paperwork. Call Baptist South and figure that shit out. Okay. Verify that paperwork and put the paperwork out. Okay. Shit. We're gonna end that one. Okay.
But I think it's kind of weird though, because if she was at the hospital, then how do you forget the most important person on the report? Like that's kind of weird to me. I
Ain't
don't
no
know.
way.
Well,
Ain't no
well,
way.
well,
Ain't no
well,
way.
well, no, there is a possibility, and the possibility is because she wasn't at the scene of the accident.
Yeah.
Somebody
And I mean,
removed somebody. Lethal left. The white lady left. Says she left and came back. Did she leave with Lethal and Angie? Take them somewhere to the hospital? And that's what you did, girl. You know what? There it is right there. Lethal and the lady took Angie somewhere. Lethal was gone. He left. It was already clear. It was already said he left the scene. Okay, you left the scene. All right. Did you ride with this clear woman to take Angie somewhere?
mm.
And then
if
she
I
said,
be
wait a
if
minute,
I
wait a minute,
be
hold on, hold
honest
on,
with
hold
you
on, hold on.
though,
Wait, hold on, hold on. She said she came back to the scene.
mm, I don't know.
So
If
she
I be
came,
honest with you, Courtney doesn't seem, and this is no disrespect to her because I don't know her, but she just doesn't seem in this instance smart enough to do all of that. And I say that because if you listen to her story, it's like even if she's involved, she may have been the wrong person to include. She just doesn't strike me as being a slick enough person to have done all
I
of this by
I
herself.
believe,
Or
I believe with all my heart that woman and Lethal took Angie someplace. I'm gonna stand on it.
I can only see it happen like this. I can see this, and I'm gonna speculate. That's what I do. Okay, and I'm gonna use my brain.
let's
8
go.
o'clock, I'm gonna speculate east side. 9:15, I'm gonna speculate the west side. 10 o'clock, I'm gonna speculate the north side. I'm going everywhere. Okay. Okay, so I can see, the car accident happening or whatever, and then the clear lady, she goes over there to help Lethal's, you know, they get Angie out and they say, okay, we need to take Angie to the hospital now because maybe she's battling with so much shit, you know. We got to make sure she's okay and drive to the hospital. And I guess she come back to drop him off. Something like that. Is that what you're saying, Storm?
Say that one more time.
Oh Lord.
She's saying, do you feel like when the accident happened, because Angie Stone has a lot of ailments, that Lethal told the white lady to take him and Angie to the hospital
The
so she can be
hospital in the
treated?
car
Yeah.
running. Then they came back to drop Lethal off at
Yeah.
the scene, but they wanted to hurry up because when you think about it, you know, she has a car running versus calling somebody and waiting for them to come to take you to the hospital. It's faster if she just get Angie in the car and just drop her off at the hospital and come back.
I think that could possibly be a possibility, but even still, that's removing a person from the scene of an accident.
Well, she
And
wasn't dead.
well, but see, here's the thing. How do we know that they didn't do anything to her when they took her to the hospital? He's with her. He has that background. He has that back. He has that background, and she looked like she's not too bright to do much of anything.
Yeah, she didn't
Short
look
of a
very smart.
milkshake. You know, so here we have someone with a lengthy criminal record that you entrusted to drive in the beginning that shouldn't have been driving.
Big D, I think the hospital's like 15, 20 minutes from where the accident happened, to your question. I don't know how many miles.
Yeah, and the 67-year-old stalker, watch your mouth. Talking about I work for them. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Okay, we have Ann. Let's bring. Ann, I'll come back. You ready, Ann?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, talk to me. Ann?
So correct.
I'm gonna come
Heard
back.
the accident. I said, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. My spirit told me that. And I just believe that that woman was to cover up for everything that happened.
The white woman?
The clear woman, yes.
Clear woman. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you feel like the clear woman, she's a part of Angie's demise?
She is the part.
Okay. Tell me this. Why didn't they have Angie Stone in that report?
Excuse me?
Why didn't they have
Oh, Nyla? Sorry to talk to my grandbaby. What'd you say?
why didn't they have Angie Stone's name in that report?
Just because. Why they didn't have it in the report? Because they already knew what they already have done to her.
What? Who? Child,
Me.
okay. Who have done what to her?
What happened was after she left her concert, they already had that already planned. And I don't believe at once that she was in that van. I don't want to believe at once she was in a car, but she was somewhere else. And I believe that she was already unalive.
Oh, she wasn't even in a van. I heard that, but I didn't want to believe it. But you know what made me
No, it's true.
in that van is when they came back with that report and her name was not listed on that in that van,
Right.
in that crash.
Correct.
I was like, well, maybe they was right. Maybe she was never in that damn van. That's what made me start
Yes.
that.
Right.
Well, here's something that get me. Dennis Byron gets on the live the other day and tells a salacious story about what he did. Okay, so if you had information to share from the family on behalf of the family to the world, then how about you get up here and explain the facts of what's missing here, brother?
Correct.
You know, because
okay.
Because are you part of the cover up?
And do you know who Ashley?
Yes.
You know who Ashley?
No, I don't know. No, I don't. I watched the funeral on live, and he came up there. He was up there speaking.
You know who I'm talking about, Dan, because I don't know him either, but you know who I'm talking
I
about.
don't know him, but just by watching the service
Well,
and by everyone else talking about this particular person.
yeah. Well, let me tell you who he is, and that is
Uh-huh.
Angie executive assistant, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. But he
So,
say, but did he say he was like a god, like a godchild, or like a son?
yeah, that's
He
how he
was like a
felt.
mom.
That was his job title.
Yes.
What he was there for.
Right, correct.
Yeah. Let me finish before I forget what I was gonna say, and shit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Don't you think he know? Did he see the report? And I'm sure he saw the report. Do you think he saw the report?
um,
The
I'm
report
not for
was,
sure if he's
I,
seen the report,
I doubt it.
but I doubt it. Right, correct. I just believe that
Or
they
he
always.
the report and he don't see the report. He should be up on this. He's an executive assistant.
That's true.
God,
Yes.
why not he see? Let me ask the people. Press 2 if you guys think that Ashton saw this report. Press 5 if you feel like he did not see this report. I would think you being executive assistant and you're over everything, you're gonna probably see to get all this tea before anybody else get the goddamn tea. And wonder why Angie name is not on that damn report. Unless you already
That's because
wasn't
the
gonna be on.
reason why she's not on that report is because they already taken her out. So when the police arrive, or when whoever, the ambulance or whoever arrived, they can't say, "Oh, she was the one there." Remember now, they said it was 9. Now, what happened to the other person? The other person, so that clear lady said she saw her and she pulled her out and she held her hands. And Angie would start, like moving around, like she was shaking and trying to, you know what I mean? So
They got
that,
your live and they taking your live down.
yes. Oh, they doing what?
The gatekeepers, they're getting on your live. They keep on making you stop.
Because we know and we telling the truth and we believe what happened. We weren't there, but we believe what happened the way they told us, the
Yeah,
way
we
they
got
ha-
this. We can figure this shit out. I don't need to be there to know what happened. Hell, okay. Brenda donated $10. She said Andy was given a drug to take her out. She died before the truck hit the van. The white lady is a liar. A lot of people been saying don't trust that white lady. They said don't trust her. I don't know. But thank you, honey, for that $10. I definitely I'm questioning everything and everybody. Everybody's still a puzzle to me. I don't trust none of them.
I
Okay,
agree. I agree.
trust none of them.
I
Mm-mm.
agree. You know
just
what?
remember what time the show was over, right, Pizza? I mean, show was over because after the show, I seen when she went when they took off the stage
What
and
time
they
was
all was gathered.
and what
I
time?
said, I watch.
What time was the show over? And
All I know that I saw when it was over, they took off the stage. I can't specifically say what time it was because when I was catching when it was when I seen it on YouTube video when I was watching this show, and I can't tell you what time it was, but I could tell you when it was over. They was all, I guess it was the bodyguards, whoever, the manager, whoever it was, they all was gathered over her and they were walking her out the back through the crowd
yeah, I think
with
that's
a towel.
oh,
With the
okay.
what?
And
With
I'm believing when they walked that woman out, nobody, I mean, who saw what van or what car she got in? They tricked her. I believe she was lured to wherever they must be told her, hey, we ain't gonna take you in the van. They probably took her in the van coming, but they weren't gonna take her in the van going back. And I believe too, they got they gave us some water. They had to give us some water. She was asking for water, and no telling what they put in that water.
Yeah.
So I'm just believing in my spirit. I'm going on what I believe. So
Okay.
I'm believing that she never was in that van, and if she was in a car, that's where they did the damage. That's where they did the deed. They did just what they had to do, and then they planted that vehicle. They planted everything that happened was already planned when this woman left that building. It was already planned. And so you think about it. If it was 4 o'clock in the morning, it's still kind of dark out there. Who's gonna be traveling around that time of morning? Cause daylight don't start until what, like 5:45, 6 o'clock. So they
Yeah,
had a chance to do what they had to do. You know
but
what I
it's
mean?
not.
Because there wasn't that much traffic. And so when
It's
they did what they did, they thought that they got away with it. But that last person, they had her to finish the job. And that's my belief.
That's your
I'm
belief.
sorry.
You have a right to your belief, Ann.
Right.
All right, Ann, and I'm sure people believe how you feel too. All right, I'm gonna let you go, Ann. Come back. All right, what were you gonna say, Storm?
yeah. Okay, so I'm looking at another scenario that fits kind of the timeline also. And that scenario would be she was on the van, she had a medical emergency. And during her having a medical emergency, they were also arguing about lethal driving too fast. All right. The accident takes place. All right. Now they're worried about her comfort. And this lady pulls up and they get her to take him to the hospital. And when she comes back, she makes herself part of the story by saying that this truck grazed her. But it didn't happen, making herself the ninth individual.
Well, her name should be on that damn report.
Well, the driver's name should be on there too.
Nathaniel, what's his name?
Jared Wilkinson.
Oh,
Wilkinson.
but was he injured?
I don't see anything about injuries for him yet.
Yeah, I know that white lady.
I don't know.
Injured.
Paperwork may get that, but I haven't seen or heard that.
Yeah, that white lady said she was injured, so her name not on there. That's what Puzzle. Did you see that white lady name on there? Her name Courtney. They say, is that how you know
Yes.
that's the real
Courtney, when she was called, he called her name. He asked her for her name, and I heard her first name, and she responded. But the one thing I will say is the thing that makes me laugh about Courtney, and somebody asked what the time zone is in Alabama, is Central. But the thing about Courtney is two things. Number one, I'm waiting to see her put out another video. And is she going to negate a lot of what she said and say, oh, well, you know, because of the accident, I was a little lethargic or whatever? Nah.
And I don't
Or,
remember.
right. And I didn't remember. Or are you not going to say anything else? Because it sounds like at this point she's lawyered up because now there are some discrepancies. But I'm telling you, it's just something so funny about everybody having an attorney. And why do they need a high profile judge, TV personality, Rhonda Wheels? What is this all about? Like I guess that's where my confusion comes in. This is someone you all love. This is someone you saw as a mom, as a mentor, whatever it is. So what's the problem in giving specific details about what you saw and what may have caused her death? For everybody to be like, speak to my attorney, most times you only talk to an attorney when someone doesn't want to incriminate themselves.
Right.
So did you do something wrong? Why do you need an attorney?
And here's the thing. She hired a personal injury attorney. The
She's
gentleman that
trying to get the money.
she's going at the bag. Which I remember I said that the other day too. Courtney's looking for a bag. If she didn't get one from Clive Davis.
Well, Angie cousin is speaking. Angie, y'all, we got Angie cousin in the chat, y'all. Ty, that is Angie Stone cousin.
Who?
Ty,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
Angie Stone cousin. He said Lethal left the scene for over 2 hours. Claims he doesn't even remember it. Sounds like a drunk. Okay, this is when they were dressing up his cousin, getting taken out of here. That is what he says. Puzzle, what do you
Wow.
make of that?
I think that's a
I
close
mean,
one.
that's what the
They done
Oh,
took puzzle out.
no, I'm no, that's actually what the report. Can you hear me? That's what the report says. And what's funny to me is you were driving the van and 2 hours went past and you don't remember what happened. The van flipped over. What are you talking about? Were you unconscious? What happened? Like, none of that makes sense. And then for them to write it, it's like, what do you mean you don't know what happened in the last 2 hours? Why? And that's that question of what is really going on where everybody's playing dumb now.
that's where we have a simulation of proof that something nefarious happened. I said nefarious the other day. Now I'm back to that word again.
Mm-hmm.
Nefariously, something happened, and nefariously, I believe Courtney and Lethal transported Angie. That's what I believe. I'm pretty much not going to back down off of that until I can find a document that says anything different. That's what I believe.
I'm
I
almost tempted to think that that lady didn't even drive up on the scene. It almost feels like, was she with them? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's something about her that doesn't feel good. She was not injured in any way, shape, or form. But were you with them? Because Gigi, I heard you say who was the ninth person. Maybe it was her. I don't know. It's just something I cannot piece the puzzle together with her, but even with him.
The cousin got something else to say. Angie cousin said,
Mhm.
and Ty, you're gonna have to come up here in a minute. Shit, I'm tired of
Right.
Ty said, Ty, come up here. Okay. Ty says
Mm-hmm.
all the passengers have Rhonda.
Yep,
And
Willis.
Rhonda is in bed with Clyde Davis, y'all. So
Mm-hmm.
put that
Mm-hmm.
together. If Clyde Davis and Rhonda working together, that means Clyde Davis sent Rhonda to silence all those people to do those NDAs.
Yeah.
Okay. And now she's covering everybody. So this is Clyde Davis work. Didn't Jaguar say that?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't she say that? Child.
yeah,
And
Okay.
yeah,
my
yeah,
sincerest
yeah,
condolences to you, Ty, for the loss of your cousin, because I
yeah.
think we're
Me
all
too.
devastated, but
Yeah. Here,
definitely to you and your family.
but
Ty,
but
you coming up here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Star.
but the thing about it is that in this case, an NDA is no good because
No.
we have an investigation that needs to prove number one why she was transported or moved from a scene of an accident. That's a felony,
Mm-hmm.
leaving the scene of an accident. Two, two, the most important, what medically happened. And actually, another part we need to add on it. What is the report of toxology? What is that toxology report? We need one, a toxology report. We need a thorough report of the autopsy. And no,
And
Michael had nothing to do with stopping one, and he couldn't stop that anyway.
I guess my question to Ty is, Ty, do you know if her kids are asking questions or looking for more information? Because I know that we're looking into things and we're not as close to the
I can tell
situation,
you
but
that.
oh,
I can tell you that, puzzle.
huh.
Yeah, they ask and stuff, but they not as smart. And that boy Ashton, he runs circles around them child.
Oh.
Okay. Ashton will tell them whatever. You know what I'm saying? When they want to
Mm-hmm.
know something about their mama, they got to go
Mm-hmm.
to Ashton, Ashton,
Yeah.
Ashton, Ashton. So they're going to believe Ashton. Ashton going to say, just calm down. You don't got to worry about nothing. We're going to have the money set. Your mama really love y'all. She always talked about y'all. Your mama really loves you, right? So just wait. Your mama done left you a lot of money. Just be quiet and wait. I know y'all got a lot of questions, but we got to do it this way. This is the right way because a lot of stuff going on. And they're just going to eat it up like they've been eating this shit up unless they watching this shit and then they get a light bulb in their head like, goddamn, Ashton been running game on us all this time.
Yeah,
And Ty
Ashton,
said they have a representative.
Ashton definitely been running game. He been running game, and the other boy,
Anthony.
Anthony, he showed up on the stage with Tony Braxton with a brace on, bending over.
Well,
I
I'm not
guess for
surprised
me,
because they all want Hollywood. But
Good evening, everybody. Can I step in here for a second?
go
sure.
ahead, talk with Prince.
So I knew Angie Stone. I listened to her from when I was a little girl, and when I heard of her passing, and I looked into the story, and it's saying that it's 8 people in the van. What stood out to me was she was the only one that was deceased. Bells went off because about 2.5, 3 months ago, Angie Stone went live. Okay, aired everybody out. Then all of a sudden she pops up and now is unalived. I looked at her homegoing services, and this is no shots to nobody, but this is Talk with Prince. And one thing about me, I'm gonna say what I say, and I'm gonna mean what I say. I have lost 2 parents. Okay, I know what that feels like. But looking at those kids at that funeral, I didn't see hurt kids. You get what I'm saying? I seen kids that knew something, but don't want to say something. Know something, then say something. Don't allow it to be covered up. Because then at that point, your mother's death is in vain. She was fighting for a cause. You know what I'm saying? And so many people has looked at the story like, well, maybe it's, the company, the industry killed her and this, that, and the third. Maybe so. But at the end of the day, somebody is covering something up. That white lady, I don't believe nothing she talking about. None at all. That part don't make sense. You left Angie Stone sitting by the curve to go run to get your daughter. You allowed your 16-year-old daughter to move the car. It's too many moving pieces that's not making sense. It just don't make sense. And everyone, all of her fans, everyone that's fighting to understand the situation deserves to understand. First of all, why are y'all telling this lady who's the only eyewitness, who's really the only one who's willing to speak, to be quiet? If she's telling the truth, allow her to tell her truth. Allow her to walk in that truth. Don't just make her, shush her. Because she sent me a message. She said she had, because I asked her, I said, you have receipts of the phone call? Can you show me?
Hold on, you talked to the partner, you talked to that white lady.
Oh yeah. I went to the white lady. I'm going to the horse.
Hey,
the white lady. I'm going to the horse.
You talk. Go ahead.
I asked her, I said, do you have can you show me, screenshot me where the times of with your phone number? I won't show anyone, but it proves that you called 911. You get what I'm saying? She said, well, I don't have that. I said, well, if you could look back in your phone, can you send off to your phone company? She said, well, I don't understand how to do that. I explained to her how to do it. So we're going to see if she's going to come back with the receipts, because like I told her, in order for the world to really believe you, you have to come with receipts, baby doll. If you called 911, if you said you called 911 at a certain time, it's going to be on your phone. We ain't got to ask the people at the state of Alabama to do nothing. If it's on your phone, it's on your phone. You have to be able to authenticate what you're saying. She just like, well, everyone is attacking me because I'm white. No, it don't got nothing to do with that. We trying to make sure your story is lining up, because those dates and times will not
they
lie.
love to play the victim, don't they?
Love to play the victim. They love to play the victim. And I guess she reached out to me. I reached out to her on Facebook. And on Facebook, my name is different. On Facebook, my name is like a ministry name, which I am in ministry. I wouldn't want to really, but yeah. So once I got to the nitty gritty and I asked her about the receipt, she got to saying she don't know how to do it. So what I'm pulling from that is she don't have receipts, because you can look back in your phone 6 months. My iPhone holds up to 6 months worth of data.
Let me ask you a question. Talk with Prince. That It's no funny because she's a YouTube, not a YouTuber, but she streams, so she quite knows how to do this. Isn't she an influencer of
She's
some
on
sort?
YouTube, she's on Twitch, she's on TikTok and
Talk with
Instagram.
Prince, she playing in your face. Why
Yeah,
would
she
you,
got
Oh yeah,
on
she
here
playing.
all
Oh yeah,
the
she playing in
time.
my face.
why would you allow her to play in your face?
I
like
didn't allow her to play in my face because at the end of the day, like I told her, I stand 10 toes down what I said. Your story don't make sense. And until you can provide evidence, you might want to be quiet. Because your evidence don't add up with what you're saying. You
No,
can
Thelma, I haven't seen it.
you can find them receipts. Like don't just because at this time I'm actually trying to get her Twitch taken down. Because what you won't do is get on there and try to tell your story on Twitch. Because them people want to know the truth over there.
Well, but Prince, I what I would do is let her hang herself. If she wants to go on Twitch and talk, let her hang herself. Because the more she talks, the dumber she sounds.
She do. She absolutely do.
So I mean, my personal opinion. Please forgive me if I'm out of order, but I would let her hang herself.
You know, and I probably would let her do that. Because the more and more she talks.
I think that the people that took Angie out of here, they love that clear lady up here talking that bull crap because it pushes fake news and it gets the light off of them and it causes a distraction. So they love that, you know? And I feel that the people in the passenger van you guys are really righteous. You would come out here and you would say she's a liar from the pits of hell. That did not happen. Stop your lies. Stop pushing lies on Angie Stone, our sister, our mother, our family.
Right.
Stop. But they have not done that yet, which makes me feel that they like all this foolishness. And it gives a distraction. So the light won't shine on them. Because ain't no way.
Ain't no way. It's not no way. And then for the gentleman, the light-skinned gentleman who spoke at the funeral, he looks mighty fine to me. Being in a van that flipped 3 times and all of this, you moving around good, sir.
Well, here's the thing: the van did not flip 3 times. That's a lie. It didn't. No, it didn't flip no 3 times. There's no way they can survive that van flipping 3 times. That top would have been crushed.
That's what they wanted you to believe, so you feel like, oh, she really died in that van. Okay, it makes sense. The van did 3 times. That makes sense that people died.
That didn't make sense to me. For the van to flip 3 times and nobody else in there would be unalived. That didn't make sense.
Talk with Prince. What did you think about? They did not have Angie's name on that crash report. She was not there. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts is it's a cover-up. Something that's being covered up.
Go into it.
Covering up, trying to actually shut Angie's down, even in her death. They want to silence her.
Correct.
If they remove her from the equation, then it can't look like they can't. The police won't be forced to look at her death as anything more than an accident.
What kind of name is Lee Bell?
If we listen to the witness, she's saying at that time Angie was nowhere near the van.
The cousin said, this is Angie's cousin right here, child. He said, child, they were all involved in it. All of the passengers, including Lethaniel. This was a ritual. Okay? And Clyde Davis, attorney, is backing all of them. Do you hear what I'm saying? This was a sacrifice ritual.
And it's sad.
And how do we know that how do we know that wasn't a sacrifice service at the first funeral with the Zeta doing what they did?
Well, let me say
them circling around. I've never seen a funeral where they circle a casket the way they did.
Me either. I thought that was weird. I said, what is going on here?
Well, that is a ritual, but sometimes they'll do it in private. Other times they do it in public. It depends on which sorority it is. So they didn't do anything incorrectly. That actually is part of their ritual for someone that has passed away. It can be done in multiple ways.
But I just never seen it done in the public.
Yes. I mean, it depends on The sorority can depend on the person. It can depend on, how they do it. But most times, a lot of times, you'll see it done at the wake. Sometimes they do it. You'll see it multiple ways. So,
Well, no
um,
wonder why Clyde Davis is going to protect him, because they did his ritual. They did his bidding to get her out of here. And all hands are involved. And they're all going to be quiet, just like Shanquella Robinson. Do you guys remember her? All of her
yep.
friends? How many was it? 8, 7? It was a lot of them. But they all are staying
She was a
quiet.
Zeta.
They're all
She
staying
was a
quiet,
Zeta too.
just like this.
No, somebody said she was a Delta. I was saying she was a Zeta. She was a Zeta
Yeah, she was
Phi
a
Beta
Zeta.
since June of 2024.
And that's the other.
Um,
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. How did? Never mind. I'll let that go. You
I
know I
will
was about
say
to say,
Angie
don't you?
Stone said in her video that she made in December that people that she had paid to, take good care of her, like, when it came to her publishing, her mechanics, everything, she said they were getting their money, but they weren't taking good care of her. And I want you to think about that for a moment, because now think about all of these people that they say were with her when she passed. All of them came out good, but she ends up dead. And I keep saying she spoke, she kind of introduced us to what the end result may have been, because she said, I don't know how I'm going to come out of this. I may get my money, I might not make it out of it. But she began to talk about people surrounding her that were also doing things that were contrary to what she expected. And she lost a lot of money because they weren't doing what they were supposed to. And now her demise comes with her being surrounded by people who all made it out, not a scar, and she's dead all of a sudden. And now it's like there's no trace of her. That hurts me to hear that, because she said it. And she was very, very, very passionate behind the message that she left. And she said, I'm going to say it one time and I'm not going to say it again. And she meant what she said, but she spoke to everything she needed. And now you look at it. She passed away and she was surrounded by a lot of the people that she said didn't even take care of her in the very beginning. So
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it
Papa,
is. It is.
do you feel like she was in a van? People are saying they don't believe she was in that van. Do you believe she was in that van?
I
When
believe she was in there.
I believe she was in that van. She started out in that van. She did. Now, do I believe something more transpired in that van prior to her being unalive?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
My
I told you,
opinion
I
is
think
this.
somebody snapped her neck, or uh, they could have anything. But I agree with that too. I do think
I
she was
actually
possibly.
believe it probably could have started at her show that night. Now, it's just me. I honestly believe the people closest in her circle gave her a drink. I don't believe Angie Stone was really. I believe she was kind of out of it, because the strong black woman that we know of, Angie Stone, she ain't gonna just let anybody just walk up to her, knowing that she got a lot of people that want to do her harm.
Y'all gotta
Um,
watch
Yeah.
these groups. These
Yeah.
groups will take you out of here and
they
cover it
will.
up and sacrifice you.
Yeah.
So I do believe that it was something that transpired in that van
And I'm sorry,
between
but this remind me of Shanquella Robinson. You know why? Because her close friends was planning to go to that damn funeral, was talking to the mama about dressing for the funeral, helping her, knowing damn well they took her daughter out of here.
Mm-hmm.
right. Yep.
They knew they took her daughter out of here. And I feel like same way with these people that showed up at her funeral was a part of her
And
sacrifice.
Gigi, you see, they're still not saying what happened to Shanquilla when it's in your face, which is crazy.
Hmm.
They were
They
supposed to
not
extradite those people back to Mexico, and then there was something wrong with being able to do it, and it's crazy. Like, it was pretty evident what happened. And then her dad said he had to pay $3,000 just to get her body flown back home to, I think, what is it, North Carolina, which was it. They wouldn't
That's
even really release the body initially.
that's
That's
sad.
crazy.
And I mean, honestly, my heart goes out, and I say this, and I say this wholeheartedly. My heart goes out to Angie Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And what she had to go through, because actually, one thing I say, Tyler Perry, I agree with what he said. People, women, strong women, and strong artists like Angie Stone paved the way for young people like myself. They paved the way. They made it. They got up if they wanted to work. If they didn't want it to work, they paved the way. So what she is owed, and I say this publicly, what's owed to her should be given to her, even in her death.
Mm-hmm.
It's only right.
Yeah. It just breaks my heart that I don't know, like you have to be in fear just for the right thing to happen. And the moment you speak out, they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have to make a decision. How bad do you want it? Or are you willing to stay silent and just pray that it turns around? But it just seems like every time somebody says something, this is the result.
And it's sad. It's sad, and it's sad that the music industry can be a tough industry, but it shouldn't have to be. It shouldn't especially for African American women. It's a hard business because they think that women are undervalued, and black women are unvalued in the industry, in music industry, and it shouldn't be that way.
So this is my question now. What excuse are they going to give the public how Angie Stone passed away? Because none of y'all can still tell me how she passed away.
I think they're trying to let it die down where people won't ask any questions so they don't have to say
They're trying to
anything, to
sweep
be
it under the
honest.
rug. They're trying to sweep it under
No,
the rug.
no, no. They're gonna have to answer to that. We're gonna want to know. We have to know how she passed away. It wasn't no crash. How did she pass away? What excuse are they gonna make up?
Mhm.
What do you guys think?
Because I didn't look at the pictures, but I did. I do have pictures, some pictures that I was sent to me of allegedly her being in her casket. Thinking it was South Carolina. They did an open casket.
Mhm.
I didn't look at them, so I don't know if it was her or if it was less than her. But they saying that she didn't look broken up. She didn't look like she had got hit by anything. Okay, then what killed her? If the truck didn't
Poison,
kill her,
allegedly poison. You already know what it was.
you know what I mean? Like, make it make sense. We ain't y'all trying to tell us that she got hit by. Y'all want us to believe this white woman that she got hit by a truck, and the older white woman got hit by a truck.
I feel like they're going to give one of three. They're either going to say that her death was the result of like a spinal injury, like she broke her neck in the car accident, or they're going to say that she succumbed to an illness that, maybe the force of the accident. They're going to say that. If we hear that there was drugs or alcohol, I'd be surprised, but I feel like they're going to turn it like it was kind of just a freak thing. Like one of her ailments caused her to die, or the force of it. I feel like they're gonna use that as a
Yeah,
reason
more
to.
like internal damage. She got
Mhm,
from the car crash,
mhm.
trauma, and yeah, I do believe that also. That's how they try and put it out there, but it,
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to bid well with the people. It's not going to
it's
work.
not. It's not. But they gotta figure. They gotta be able to give something to the public, an answer of her cause of death.
But a
Yeah,
lot of times when there's a motor vehicle accident, they don't automatically do autopsies because it's a fatality.
correct.
They normally only do it if there's like some suspicion of homicide or something. So
Mhm.
just the fact that they automatically rush to an autopsy, that's kind of weird to me too, because if you're
It
saying
is
she
weird.
died from a fatal car accident,
Now
you just put that on there and it'll say roadway accident or,
I can
whatever.
speak on this part of it. The only way they rush to their autopsy if someone the immediate family asked them to rush an autopsy.
Yeah, well, I don't, and I mean, in that instance, I don't know why the family would, because they got the call that she passed in an accident. So
Yeah.
for them to automatically say, well, do an autopsy, if someone calls you and says somebody died from a car accident, that's just your immediate thought. Oh, she died. So it's like, that was the other thing. It's just a lot of gaps. Like Rhonda Wills. Why do y'all need Rhonda Wills? First of all, is her specialty car
Let me look.
accidents? Like what? I'm so
Exactly.
confused. I
I'm
don't.
solo.
Let me look her up right quick.
And
I
we
looked her up.
know,
She
and
worth
we
$100 million. She a fake judge on TV or something.
Not the
and
fake. It's the fake just for me.
Magic, what happened to you, Magic? You was just up here. Now you gone. Come back up here, Magic. But we do know by her granddaughter said that they got the call at 6 o'clock, or she hit the
Yeah.
roll at 6 o'clock. So I guess somewhere between 6 a.m. to 6:15, they got the call that her granny did not make it. Her granny is dead. So between 6 a.m. to about 4, those 2 hours, what's going on?
They're
The
waiting for a
ambulance
corner. It could be.
the ambulance came around 5 o'clock, they said, but
The
they did not.
ambulance made it there at 4:55.
4:55.
Did a
And did
corner
they do a
come?
report?
What time the
They did
corner
a
come?
hold on. They do a report? Is that the report where they put the names on there? The
Right. She
ambulance.
wasn't
Mm,
on there, and there is no coroner's report because the
mm,
accident report said no fatalities.
So the ambulance
mm,
came at 4. What you say again?
So the ambulance came at 4:55.
4:55. And
Mm-hmm.
Angie was not there at 4:55. So
mm,
between 4:25 when the accident happened, right?
mm-hmm.
4:20.
What's
Mm-hmm.
funny?
4:20 accident happened. 4:55 she was moved. She was not there because they would have put that name on that report.
Mm-hmm.
So in that time, who took her where? Who had the car
Wow.
around there?
So
Somebody had to have a
B said she's I'm not sure if it's a he or she, but they've been doing autopsies for 20 something years, and they said in Maryland they do autopsies for accidents. So maybe it's different in each state.
well,
I can
hey,
hear
how
you.
you doing, Magic?
Yeah. Can you bring me
How
some
you
phone?
doing, Gigi? You a switch up on me again.
You,
I am loving your looks.
oh, you know I do a
Baby, I can't keep up with
I
you.
do a
I
girl.
cannot. My gosh. What?
What's
Okay,
on
let me
that?
stick on topic.
Okay.
I am agreeing with what other people, well, a certain person said earlier. I feel that after the show, they got her.
Mm-hmm.
They set her up.
Yep.
I feel that the road, the truck, everything was staged. The
Yeah.
flip over van, even the skid in the road and on the road, that didn't even look believable. I feel that was staged too. I believe that after her show, the people were put in place to take her out, and they had the body, and they were able to move it and do what they needed to do, so that when it was time to present her for her homegoing, everything was already set up. And I could tell you now from the Alpha and the Zeta and all that, the Boule, they mentioned it. They said we are a part of the Boule, and they mentioned a lot of famous African American actresses
Mm-hmm.
that are a part of it. So that gave me chills, and I had to stop watching.
Yeah, when they did the roll call. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, that was very creepy. And it's when they were, it sounded like they were saying, I don't know if they were saying, and I don't want to say the name of they call it SATA, but they were saying Zeta, but it sounded like they were singing that, and they were giving homage. It sounded like a cult. It didn't sound like anything spiritual. And we have to go by our intuition, right? As people, I would tell anyone, listen, go by your intuition, go by your feelings, go by your discernment. What my discernment was when these three women came up and said, "We're Zeta, we're here," and she joined us the year before, and they start. It felt so cold to me. It was cold. I didn't feel any warmth, even when they spoke. Even when they talked, it seemed very cold hearted. I didn't feel any love from that whole um, type of display that they did, stating that they loved her, they acknowledged her. I didn't feel anything. I felt everything cold, and I stopped the music from playing on my audio because it sounded like a I'm just gonna say it out. It sounded like a satanic ritual.
Mm.
Mm.
All right. Well, back the report. So Magic, I don't know if I asked you, why wasn't her name on that report?
Her name wasn't on the report because she wasn't there.
Where was she at, Magic?
They had her. They had her right after the performance. They had her.
Who had her?
The people that were part of the setup.
Okay, the gatekeepers.
Exactly. And I can tell you why. I have a family member that worked in hospitals and it's in the healthcare field for over 30 years. And one thing is that if there is an accident and if there are people that are on the scene, and even if it's one person that was hurt, everybody's name goes on the police report, the medical report. Did we see any ambulance out there? Did we see any healthcare workers out there?
Yeah.
There should be a report for everybody that's on
Exactly.
the scene. So where was the medics?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like
Where were the medics?
I'm in law enforcement. That's why I know her name's supposed to have been on that document if she was on scene. By
Thank
law,
you.
it has to be.
It has to be. You cannot get away from that. It's not only the police that's on a scene. When there is a medical accident, emergency, or whatever happens, it's the fire department, it's the police department, and it's EMT, the emergency department. The emergency department for whatever healthcare facility or hospital that's near that location, they are prompt to go on the scene. I'm sorry. Did we see any EMT? Did we see any helicopters?
No
To
helicopters,
take
but they
bodies?
had. I saw
Where were
3.
they?
I saw 2 tow trucks. I saw 3 police vehicles, and I saw 1 ambulance.
What's the OIC name on the report?
I didn't. Hold on. I can
And my
tell you.
thing is, if this woman coming out, saying, I don't know, she's trying to get clickbait, saying that she got wind and it hit, Angie, and she went this way and that way, ma'am, I'm not falling for that. I'm really not falling for that because I believe that she is part of, what is called, they have them as standby, like actors, and I believe she's one of them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why if that happened to Angie, why wasn't she flown out? Because the first thing you do is you have a helicopter that will pick them up and take them to and from. Emergency to the hospital. That wasn't done. The only reason that Angie's name was not on these reports because Angie was not there. I believe she wasn't there. They took her out after her show.
Who asked me what?
I did the OIC.
Van, Magic. You still say she was not in that van?
She was not in the van. No, she was not in the van. Absolutely not. No.
Well, why the news report put it out there like Angie was in that crash and she passed away from that crash?
Okay, because they wanted to
like that.
Okay. All right. The powers that be, when they generate a type of scenario where they have a plan and they have it already in place, they want the public to believe that that is how it goes and that is how it went. However, they stumbled because they messed up the times. At one point, they said 4 a.m. Another time, they said 7. When people that can see from the outside looking in, I would say a person have like a welder in their family, like I do, somebody that, could possibly, work in the medical arena like I do. We tend to have eyes that are not, can be, there's no discrepancies when we're looking because we know where to look. And like I could tell you, me looking on the road and me looking at the van and looking at that, I could tell you that that was all put into place and it was staged. Why didn't they show us any of the camera footages? Because anywhere that you have a 16-wheeler on any roads, there are cameras. We saw none of them. All we saw is the show and the scenario that they put together in place for us to look at it and believe when we woke up in the morning that this is what happened. They can't put Angie there they can't put her name in any reports because she was never on the scene. I believe after that performance, that was her last performance, they did something to her. They took her out. They staged a scene that night. They put the drag marks and did what they did. And they were hoping that in the morning, we were going to fall for it and believe it.
That's it. That's all.
And
Angie was never there.
why don't she get as much news coverage?
Because she's
Because
black.
she's black. And let me tell you something, me looking into this even further, I'm disappointed and I'm hurt. Because what it appears is that Mary stole her whole image. Not only Mary, they stole everything from this woman. She was the queen of neo soul and they did her dirty, but what goes around comes around. And an event that everything's happening now with the dismantlation of the P. Diddy system, Mary is going to unfortunately go down too. We loved her too, and we felt that Mary was Mary, but Mary was actually she was a duplicate of Angie. Mary was never Mary. Mary took Angie, and she was allowed to take away her articulatory abilities, all of her music talents, different things that she trained her because someone brought her to her. So in D'Angelo too, but you know what? Angie was so humble from the South that she didn't talk about it. We're not finding out about these things until now. And now, and let me tell you one thing that I looked at and I fine-toothed it. Look at all of Angie earlier photographs. You will see that Mary started taking the pictures with the hat, with the type of styles. She basically took over this woman's style. She took over everything, even put her vocals on top of everything and ran with it. You can clearly see this now looking back. And the sad part about it is that somebody's going to pay. You cannot go through life stealing people's intellectual properties.
Mm-hmm.
Down to the point that you didn't even acknowledge her. But guess what? Like they say, well, when you dig one hole, you better dig two. And they got Sean. They're about to get Mary, and they're about to get them all in this diabolical thing called music.
Yeah.
Now, Magic, I got another question for you. Now, did you hear Rhonda? She is their attorney. Everybody that was in that van dealing with Angie Stone, allegedly in that van crash, they all have attorneys now. And it's the same attorney that's in bed with Clyde Davis. What are your thoughts about that?
Can we please refer back to Shanquilla, the girl that was unalived in Cabo, Mexico?
Yep.
And now all of the people that were the culprits, that were suspects, and the people that did unalive her, they're saying the same things too.
But to have
things like what? I just like to hear you talk, Magic. So go ahead.
I know they're the same things too. Please speak to our lawyers. Please talk to our counsel.
Why? When these people are her friends, these people have
no, Gigi, no. They're not her friends. No, there is no friends in that world.
Magic.
They're all.
That guy Ashton said, "Oh my God, Angie Stone is like a mother to me."
Ashton lied.
Really?
Lied.
Okay, but
Magic.
They always say that. Oh, that I love you, and that's a mom, and that's this and that. But where were you when she was crying for help? And where were you when Bruno Mars stole her sample? And where were you when she didn't get paid for all her accolades and she got her mechanical stolen? You didn't have her back when she was online telling everything and saying what Clive and every Universal record did. You was nowhere there. Now you want to come out now and say that, oh, that was this and that. Anybody come? They're performing. It's a ritualistic demonic performance. It's wicked. They don't care about her. They want to shine. They've always wanted to shine. And she shared the stage with everyone, but that wasn't enough. They wanted to keep milking the cow. That's why when you are going places and you going up, watch who's on the side of you, because the Judas spirit is very real.
You better
That's
say
why
that,
I
Magic.
ride solo. Okay.
Okay. Mm.
I'm enjoying this conversation, but I gotta go finish my project. I'll be back.
All
I'll be
right,
back.
love you, puzzle.
Yeah.
Love you too. I'll be back.
All right. Ooh, go ahead, Magic.
I ride solo. And I've been in the entertainment arena earlier in my heyday. And I started to notice, different things happening around the set and people saying different things. And they're telling you, this is contract and they want you to do things and get into stuff. And I'm like, I'm not going to be on a set for 17 hours and you're paying me $150. I'm not doing it. You're taking all of my time for over 17 hours and this is going over, and then you're saying, oh, I need to get this amount of, I need to get this credit, I need to get that, I need to ask capital. Are you kidding me? I'm on a set for 3 days for more than, and my check is only $150. No,
Right.
I'm gonna go that way.
I got another something. Okay. So the crash, let's just say, I know you don't believe that Angie Stone was in the van. Okay.
Okay.
But let's just say, because some people believe she was in that van. She was in that van and the crash happened and they wanted to take, I don't know, I'm making stuff up, y'all. Somebody was following them, or you know how sometimes when you travel, it's another car. Some people travel in packs of 2 cars, 3 cars. You just never know. But once that happened, they wanted to send Angie to the hospital really quickly. And then that's when what's his name? Austin, whoever came out with the NDA, say, okay, let's everybody sign because we want this to be on a hush hush. We don't want this to, spread or get any news out. So let's have everybody sign to keep it on a hush. Do you think that could have been a possibility?
I
No,
don't believe that was a
absolutely not.
possibility at all.
No, because that paperwork needs to, it needs to be already generated prior to an incident. So they're not anticipating an accident to happen. So that paperwork to be on a scene after an accident, it's like you're working backwards. It makes no sense. That NDA should have been signed prior to anything happening. Hey guys, we're going on the road in the anticipation that anything happens is signed. You're not going to sign an NDA on the road.
No.
You're not in anticipation for anything to happen. And if you were, you would do it prior to even going on tour. That should be in the contract prior to going on tour, trying to traveling. It would be already in a contract. To say that you're signing it, or it's been signed on the day of something, come on, that's suspect. Please, we're come on. You got to do better, guys. We are woke. Look back. Look back to Prince. Look back to freaking let's go back to everybody. Tammy Terrell. Let's go back to everybody. Sam Cooke. Let's go back to we are woke. And you know what they do to it? Let's DMX. You know what they do to us? They steal all of our intellectual properties when it comes to music through our people. And they steal all of their royalties. They take all of their mechanics. They take everything. And guess what? When they take them out, you see them putting it in their commercials. And you see their Lily families in a commercial where I saw some little kids for Halloween saying, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. And I see little white kids and girls and boys for Halloween singing DMX song when that was a song through our struggle and pain. Are you kidding me? And then you see, I can see clearly now the rain is gone. You see that in the commercials.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? They're stealing from our families and our people as a whole intellectual property. They're robbing us. They're taking things. And guess what? They're annihilating us. And then they're using it for profit for their people. And that's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
That's exactly what's
Yeah,
happening.
Magic.
And we keep allowing this to happen over and over and over again. we sponsor these clear broadcast networks that control our music, control taking the money away from the artist. We're funding the situation all the way around. All the way around, we're funding it. And it's thievery, it's robbery. It's not even right. You know, they even come up. Look, I'm in Hawaii and I have a station here locally using the name that I use. I had to send them a cease and desist letter. Come on, you want our culture so bad, but you don't want to pay us.
I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you something. I thought outside the box. Guess what? I see that they have a strike when they say, they're striking Target and they're striking this and they're striking that. How about people of our culture strike the entertainment world? How about we shut that down? No more singing, no more writing, no more football, basketball, none of that. We just go silent on all of that and we get into doing something else. And watch how this world is going to change. Because they use us for entertainment so that they can have curricular activities. They use us for scientific, for different things. They use us for, and they need us. They are vampires. How about we just go mute? We keep things within our communities, within our own homes. So, and guess what? They're not invited to the cookout, but we're no longer singing for them. We're no longer auditioning. We're no longer showing them and giving them our talents. We keep it to ourselves and to our people within our homes and amongst our own people, and watch how this world flips upside down.
And you know what? I agree with that. I agree with that. And you know what? Let's take it even further. Look how UMG shuts down anybody on YouTube using our music that are fans of the people we love. They won't even let us play it.
Mm-hmm.
They will not let us play it. But they put up a page and they get all the money. And guess what? We're paying them all this time. Shut them down. Shut them down. Hey, it's time to get radical. Yeah, we need to boycott that. That's right. That's exactly what we do.
That's thing within our own communities. Let's do our own. We used to do talent shows back in the days. I remember all that. I grew up when we had talent shows in our own community centers, within our own homes, in our communities. Let's do that. Bring that back. Guess what? You're going to starve them out because they don't got nobody through our communities that they can make money on ever again.
If it ain't a black-owned if it ain't a black-owned network, don't listen to it.
Don't go. You don't have to audition. You don't have to audition. Stay within your community and stay within your own people. And we have fun amongst each other and shut them out. How about that?
Shut them out.
All right.
Look how greedy they are. They control. We had music videos on TV every day. We could turn on TV and watch music videos all day long. Now, what they do, they took the music videos off and put on all this other stuff. And the only thing they put on TV on us is anything that make us look ignorant. All the
negative content, all that stuff. Yes, drug dealing, drug selling, prostitution, everything. Let's flip the script and guess what? And put them in the desert. And don't ever let them in.
That's
never
exactly
let them in.
Never let them in. We want to control our narratives. You have black media companies out here, okay, all right, but we're all in the background. We're in the background. Meanwhile, they're up front.
So guess what? Like they do with their children, they start training them at an early age. So at an early age, we peep out our children that got the talent, and we circulate it amongst ourselves.
Magic, let me say something real quick. I see the chat. And I'll say this to the people in chat. Y'all are welcome to your own opinions, but this isn't about a race thing, okay? It's not. Because if y'all in that same breath with y'all saying in the comments, I would say this. In Angie's circle, we're mostly African American people. So we gonna say a race thing. first I'm gonna have to say in that same breath, okay, black lives have to start mattering to black folks. Okay, black lives don't matter to black people, then why should the Caucasian people care about the black life? First, black lives have to matter to black people.
That's what we're discussing. And I get you. And that's what we're discussing now, taking it away from them and bringing it back to us. And I do understand what happened to Angie. And I did mention that earlier on the people that subjected her, that were down with betraying her. And I did mention Judas. I did mention that. I don't know if you missed that or if you didn't catch that, but I did mention that amongst our own people.
Yeah, Matthew, I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to people in chat. I'm reading chat too, and they
okay.
That, black people, that it's turned into a race thing. It's not a race thing. It's not. It's not about a race thing. We're not saying it's just because mostly people with Angie that night are African American people, so it's not a race thing. It's not. It's about understanding of what really happened. Like me and me and Queen Magic saying, if Angie Stone was at that scene, her name would, by law, would have had to been on that report. That's law. They can't. These people are above the law. They can't just take people's name off of stuff, and they can't do, by law. You can't do that. So I'm with Magic. I do not believe Angie was at that scene.
And we do agree with that. And that's what we've all said. She was not at the scene. And her own people took her out, I believe. I also believe that you can have someone give you a kiss on the cheek. And guess what? That's Judas. It's the same thing happening all over again. But it's not, and it is, I would say it's you could cut it down the middle, right, with a knife. And we could say that on the Caucasian side, it is with prejudice because they don't care about any of us. But when you have your own people that decide to betray you, then you have to think about Judas. He's back again. He's never died. Right. He's back again in the spirit. Okay.
Judas don't have a color. That's what I was saying. Have a color. Judas don't have a color. Do it, Magic. It don't got a color. Judas spirit don't have a color.
The spirit is back again. The spirit is back again.
It don't have a color.
Okay.
All right. Let's add Trey. How's it going, Trey?
Hey, how y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So I just wanted to come on here. First of all, my hat off to you, Gigi. I love your show. It's very entertaining. And hello to all the rest of the panel. But when we was talking about Angie Stone, let's just back it up a little bit, right? So we talked about how Courtney didn't have when Puzzle was on, she didn't have the information about how she called 911, right? She couldn't go back on her phone. She couldn't get that information. She couldn't provide that proof. Now, we all know how the industry works. We all know how corrupt they are. We know they got big pockets. Have y'all thought about it took an hour for the police to come? No 911 evidence. And then they finally come and Angie ain't nowhere in the report. That police officer probably already knew what was going to go down and let it go down, and he was already bought and paid for, and then came on the scene, made their report, and now we where we at, still trying to figure out where the hell was Angie. Have anybody thought about that part? Because that's what's been going through my mind.
So you're saying the cops was in on it too?
I'm saying they was probably both.
So Clyde Davis got to the cops too?
If he can get to the feds, you think he can't, and he can buy judges, you think he can't buy a local sheriff?
They're all incorporated together. They're all a part of the same team. It's all the judge, the cops, the people that pull you over, the people that investigate, the people that act like they're crisis actors. They're all down. It was a setup. It was a setup. And why haven't we heard, like you said, the call from the police? And guess what? Let me tell you something even more, Gigi. How about, I'm in New York City. We didn't hear nothing about this on the news, about Angie. They not even talking about nothing on the news over here because they tend to show what they want to show in whatever state that they want to show it or whatever country. Nobody here in New York heard anything about Angie. Nobody.
It didn't show up in Houston either, and I'm in Houston, and it didn't show up on the news.
We didn't hear nothing about her in New York. We didn't hear nothing about her over here.
On her, that is so awkward.
Ladies, let me ask a question. Let me be clear here. You're saying to me in your local markets there was no story on the news?
No.
No, I didn't hear nothing about Angie. I heard
Nothing.
it online, YouTube from Gigi.
Social media is where I got it from, and I be
So
down the
I
rabbit
got
hole on
Gigi. I
YouTube,
heard Gigi
and
on
that's where I
first day.
found out.
DG is 100%. So when she says something, I'm like, all right, yup, it's a. I didn't hear. There's nothing on the news, nothing on the ABC, 11, 12, 7, 7, nothing, 2, 4, nothing about her. No memorial, nothing about her. Not even an acknowledgement about her. Nothing.
Now I can
But
say that I heard
the
it from
last
one of
thing
our
I heard
local
was
radio
about this.
stations here.
Hold on. Call on the play. Dennis Byron is here. He just said, "Stop it." Angie died in the van. Dennis, come up here and bring proof of that. Okay.
Storm, you gotta tell them who Dennis is. For those that don't know who Dennis is, you want to tell them.
Dennis is an investigative reporter. Okay, and he's also close to the family, and some representative of the family contacted him to release the information about Angie's demise. Now, he's saying, "Stop it. Angie Stone died in the van." Okay, all right. Dennis, you saying she died in the van. The report says different. If she died in the van, then she died before the police got there and somebody transported her body. So if you know that to say that, then get up here and tell the people the truth, because you're close to the family and you're represented. You're putting it out here as a narrative that it is, and you are supposed to be a credible investigative reporter. Well, let's go.
I believe Dennis would say that because
I believe you, Captain Dennis. You're full of bull crap. You're full of bull crap.
And look, Gigi, I seen your live when Dennis popped up there last week. I seen that. However, if he's saying that he knows the family, he knows that Angie passed away in the van, he knows all of this, then yet better more. Then why was her name not in the report? Why did the police not show up till an hour later and it's supposed to be a fatality on the highway? Where they do that at? Not on any major highway is a 911 call reported where there's a fatality or a major accident, and it takes them an hour to get there.
Dennis,
and where was Courtney and her daughter going at 4:30, 4 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning anyway?
Dennis,
where were they going?
He said to a birthday party, getting ready for a birthday party, which sounds crazy because
at that time in the morning,
that was his birthday the same day. So that sounds even more creepier. Like, what you doing, a seance? I'll wait.
Dennis,
they selling it, but I'm not buying it.
Let me ask this question. Dennis, are you also represented by Rhonda Willis? Did Rhonda Willis call you to put the information out after they called her? They called her, and then she called you to put the information out to get the false narrative out there? Is that what's happening, Dennis? Because you're trying to BS us. And I don't buy it. You're trying to BS us. And I'm calling BS. There's a paper trail, and the paper trail is I believe the paper trail at this here point, because the paper trail is the boots on the ground. You wasn't boots on the ground. You didn't get a call until after 10 a.m. I know that factually because I know what the cause was. You could not have got a call earlier than that because the daughter didn't even get a call until after 6 a.m. So unless you're gonna put some documents up there up there to show a timeline, different documents, receipts, shut it up, bro, because you capping. You're working for Rhonda Willis, and if I'm wrong, sue me. Sue me. I am the owner of Quiet Storm Radio Network. Sue me. You know how to look up the paperwork? No, Gigi, you got Gigi, you got nothing.
Okay, shit. Hold on, got to get started yet.
You got nothing to do with it, Gigi. I'm
calling.
I'm
to bait them.
I'm calling. I ain't no bait.
Irritate them.
I'm about to go back into the chat. I just wanted to come up and give that point of view
stay your
and
ass
share with you all my thoughts.
Wait a minute.
Trey,
Y'all
you need to stay here. Hold on. Wait.
Y'all want to run on your bro now?
I'm about to go. Ain't nobody got time playing with you, Storm.
You ain't gonna run. You ain't gonna run on me, Magic, are you?
Please don't sue Dennis. Uh-uh.
No,
Don't
no.
sue Dennis, please.
Listen,
Okay.
all I'm saying is I respect Dennis as a credible investigative journalist that he is. He has clout in the background.
Look at the TV.
But I don't believe this narrative. I don't. I don't. I don't at all. And my heart won't let me buy it. My heart ain't gonna let me buy that.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Let's add Charles. How you doing, Charles?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey,
Good.
Charles.
Talk to me. What's your thoughts? Because go ahead, Charles.
My thoughts is this: is that white woman out there on that road out there, she was a means to an end. She was a pawn. She was just there to complete the job. Listen, we had 4 inches of snow down here, and you know what I noticed at 4 days in the morning? That people was getting out their car that didn't know anybody, helping them get their car unstuck. But she was the only one that morning that got out of her car. It makes no sense. I have seen people see accidents all the time, and they will stop their car a mile up the road and walk back to help. This woman was a means to an end. See, we have to understand something.
It was already in place.
It's already in place. We have to understand that she ain't the only one, and she ain't the last. This is just what happened. This is what happened to Bill Cosby when they found out he wanted to buy NBC.
Whoa!
What did they do? What did they do? They got wind up because he wanted family oriented in his shows. But that's when they wasn't going. Income, hip hop, love, and hip hop. This is what it is. They were going a different way. And then what did they do to Bill? All of a sudden, his son's supposed to be riding on the road. He has a flat tire. And he gets out, and some white woman with 6-inch heels on, dog glasses, and a carrying bag to help him change his tire. Now, that would be almost believable until I find out the car he had changes its own tire. Then he laying there with a hole in his head. She get in the car and go and leave. This is what
what woman is going to help a man change a tire? That don't even make sense.
Exactly. It makes no sense. I want people to understand. That sister that was on here saying that we need to turn on these people and stop buying it, didn't do it. And you know what? I am with her. I believe in what she said. Until my daddy went on strike. And then they closed the plant on Thursday, but they was open Friday morning. And you know why they was open? Because Scabs was working the job. Why? Because you got a problem with the company. We don't. See, don't make no damn difference whether we believe in right. It's always going to be somebody saying, well, it ain't that bad. Yeah, she was set up from the word go. See, when you got corrupt police, corrupt judges, when you got those things, that's all you need. Because I'm going to tell you something. I want everybody to understand this out here.
And you in Alabama. Come on now. You're not in Cali. You're not in New York. You're not in Texas. You're in Alabama.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever think somebody in your family won't offer you for $1 million or $2 million. So don't get that in your head. That ain't going to happen. They'll be going to hit you in the head and you have to bring your hat to the cemetery. This is what I'm talking about. This is not a game out here. The legends and stars are being picked off one by one. They got an actor in Hollywood, I can't think of his name, but his brother had to leave because he believed there was whacking stars in Hollywood. And he had to move to Canada before they kill him. He woke up that morning and found out all his finances, his businesses was in his brother's name. How did that happen? Can you have my stuff I work for and you don't call me and tell me? And that's his own brother. This is what I'm talking about. She was set up from the word go. From that concert to that van to that woman. She didn't even know Angie Stone. She didn't even know
that was already in place. I believe that was going to be her last show. Angie had already went on social media. She had already showed her hand. So they already knew what she was planning, how she was feeling, and what she planned on doing, and her moves, because that's just the industry. So from that point on, I believe, this is just me. This is just Trey talking, okay? Ain't none of this, this is just Trey talking. Okay. I believe once she start going on social media and start telling and showing her hand, they start making plans. And this was gonna be her last show.
Right. And I agree with you.
They had Courtney in place. The 18-wheeler just happened to be a part of it. They had everything in place. You know what I'm saying? Now the 18-wheeler might have been the only thing that they didn't expect because 18-wheelers travel at that time of the road, at that time of the morning, getting them little loads delivered. And that was probably something that just was part of the being on the highway, right? But I don't think the 18-wheeler was necessarily part of the plan. But Courtney, the ambulance taking 35 minutes, the police taking over an hour, Angie not being in the report, Angie not being on scene, old boy leaving the scene, him and Courtney, whatever his name is, they leaving the scene, come back 2 hours later.
Okay, let me
now
say
all of a sudden Angie in the hospital and she unalived, and next thing you know, she with the corner.
Trey, let me say something is very important, is I just put two and two together. Dennis got up here and said what he said. Then he put another post up, says that he's doing an exclusive interview at 9:00. Okay, Dennis, Rhonda Wills worked with Court TV. You worked with Court TV. I don't believe a damn thing you or Rhonda Willis going to have to say at this point. And don't y'all fall for the hype. Because whatever you can say exclusively there, you can say exclusively here. Matter of fact, it don't need to be exclusive. Because tell a lie, you tell a thief, whatever thief. How did they say the Ray Charles' mama used to say that phrase? You're capping, man. You trying to create a narrative for something that you want people to believe different. You say Angie Stone was in that van. Okay. You say she died in that van. Okay. Let's say she did. Let's say it really did happen. Let's bring brass balls to the table, Dennis. Okay, she passed in the van. All right. Who in the van moved her? Was it Leafell and the white lady so that the police couldn't get a report on it? And you get your high-dollar judges and lawyers to cover up the whole story because somebody was negligent to her health? Is that what this is, sir? Is that what it is? I proffer to you, sir, that I believe that this is what it is. Y'all not going to sit there and make a false narrative and sit there to create a national story full of lies. The police report ain't lying. She wasn't in there at the time the police got there. Don't mean that she wasn't in there at the time they got there. She wasn't there. She was not there, sir. She was not there, ma'am. In all your infinite wisdom of the law, she was not there, ma'am. So don't try to pump that false narrative because I'm here on you. Somebody moved her. Yep. Somebody kidnapped that body. Yep. Somebody didn't want us to know the truth. Somebody didn't want her family to get paid. Somebody was stopping a lawsuit. Somebody had something to hide.
And was the phone call made to 911 or was it made to a personal cell phone?
No, there was a call made.
Let me just chime in. Can I chime in and say something? Because I discovered recently there was a post that Angie made. I can't remember when she made it, but she said, "No, I am not dead." So let me address the rumors that people are saying that I passed away. I'm not dead. So she did this prior. So somebody was putting rumors out saying that this woman was deceased because she said it on social media on her platform. I'm a get these rumors and I'm gonna get it straight. No, I have not passed away. I have not this. And I saw it and I said, where is this? Who's doing this? So whoever was doing that was the same people that orchestrated this.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Magic, we can't find that post no more.
Yeah, because it was actually an old post, and it was when she mentioned the story about the needles was poisoned and whatnot, and they thought she was going to pass.
No, I found it. I'm still able to see it. I was still able to see it.
Okay,
but I'm saying that's the time that she was talking about because somebody did put out that she had passed away at that time.
Yeah, so I was able to see that clip that she put out herself, saying that she was not unalive and she's still here with us, and that they're spreading these rumors. And I still am able to see the one she put out, with the tainted needle. But if we all remember, Dr. Dre said that that there's a needle, and that's what Eazy-E got. So I mean, come on, there is something like that that whoever's working in these medical arenas, they're down with the powers that be. They're all connected, interconnected.
My grandmother used to call it the black needle. Let me tell you something. When my grandmother got sick and up in age and she was in the hospital, she told us, she said, when y'all come up here, if y'all see that they didn't do something the way y'all expected to be done, don't act the fool with these nurses and these doctors, because when y'all go home at night and go to bed, they might give me the black needle. That's what my grandma used to call it.
Charles, I need to hear you.
I tell you this. See, they don't count on black people or just people in general to be like-minded. Okay, I mean, we supposed to believe what you say. When Quiet Storm, like he said, come up and say what you gotta say, prove it. But this man, the truck driver, he don't quit, disappeared. Everything was set up from the word go. How many times we gonna keep saying the same thing before we say, it's these people killing everybody and they killing everybody? When we gonna say stop when it ain't nobody left? Then it's too damn late. Then let me tell you something. This was a message to the rest of them. This is what'll happen to you if you get out of line. And you damn right. Jill Scott supposed to have been there. They should have came, or at least send their condolences. They didn't do it. And Mary J. Blige, she been stealing Flaming Stone for years. And let me tell you put a song out this evening, I can guarantee you your song will be stolen by tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. This is what they got people like this. Angie knew what was wrong, but Mary J. Blige was totally different. See, she didn't care what they did to her. They don't care what they do to her. As long as she alive and making money, living in pillar of the post. And end up can't even stay nowhere because you ain't got no money until they give it to you. They owe Angie tens of millions of dollars. She said the elites are, this should be already over with. She said the elites are trying to take me out. Who are the elites? You got 12 families in the elites. You got the Bilderbergs, the Rockefellers, all these people, Johnson & Johnson. These people are families. They don't play. And yes, you can have crooked judges, crooked police. And I'm kind of really embarrassed by how the state troopers handle it. We both had the best state troopers in the country. And this is what we get. I tell you what, I ain't going on I-65 no damn more. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. This is not a game. This woman is dead and gone. You know what she lived for? Her music and her grandbabies. And they took it from her. See? And then some people will sit there. And I'm going to tell you something about what they did in that church. They're getting in a pyramid and all this stuff. See, y'all do all this and all this new remix to deliverance and this sorrows all in the church. Let me explain something to you. Once your life is over with, God don't give a damn if your ass was a Q-dog. He don't give a damn about that. Do you understand? You want to do all this stuff and all these signs? Just don't die. Don't die. Because you ain't going where you think you're going. This is what it is. And they're going to give a spoon-fed of some more garbage and we'll believe it. But like-minded people like on this show today, it's not going to take that. You can't keep killing our legends and think we are not going to rise up. We're going to rise up. And the person that's supposed to be going to kill Bill Cosby's son, he was an immigrant. And come to find out, he wasn't even in the country that day he got killed. But that's who they put it on. And Bill knew this. And they've been in his ass ever since. Michael Jackson had film in his possession of black kings and queens. And ever since then, they was coming after him. This is not a game. These people are the demon. They are Satan. And see, you can't have good without bad, and you can't have bad without good. Satan was on top of that mountain with Jesus. He tried to get it. He tried to break it, and he couldn't. He was put out of heaven for what he was doing. I'm going to put you out because you don't want to obey what I tell you. And he put him down here to go through the earth. And this is what you see. This is what manifests. This bull crap right here. This is what it is. And I yield back.
Okay, so let me say this here. I'm looking at the legend from the crash report right now. Okay, it says location unit 1 type, code 34, passenger van, seats, any number if personnel up to 8 if business. So okay, then you have the driver trap. Okay, but let's go down. It's where it says code B, suspected minor injury.
Mm-hmm.
Suspected minor injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Suspected minor injuries. Nobody in that van has substantial injuries.
Nobody.
So why would Dennis say that she died in the van? That don't make sense.
Dennis does a lot. Well, hold on. Let me back up. I almost spoke too quick right there. I almost said Dennis was a liar. Let me redact that statement. Because she probably did die in the van, and they moved her before the highway department got there.
Which is crazy to me.
The white girl and Leafdale took her to the hospital or took her somewhere because Leafdale said he got 2 hours he can't account for because you wasn't there, Negro. You left the scene. You left the scene, sir. You were gone for 2 hours. The white lady said she left the scene and she came back after she came from the hospital and she drove by the van. Okay. How did you do that fast, ma'am? What emergency room did you go to that you was tended to that fast, ma'am? In a 2-hour time period. You and Leafdale dropped Angie Stone off to the hospital. You and Leafdale left. And at that time, she was TOD. You come up with the salacious story about this truck almost running you over to cover up a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that we are that dumb? See, I probably wouldn't have said that much this fast, but you pushed me to no other choice by saying she died in the van. Okay, let's say she did die in the van. If she died in the van, why did you move the body? Why did you take the body to the hospital?
Right.
Because you knew that you didn't have no driver's license, and you knew that you was going to get charged, and you knew that was going to bring a criminal investigation. And that's why everybody else lawyered up with Rhonda Wills. Rhonda Wills is not a personal injury lawyer. Only the white girl got a personal injury lawyer because y'all was going to support her story that the truck ran over into her. That's a lie.
That's right.
It's a lie.
I ain't never known no human body that got sideswiped by 18-wheeler and didn't have no injury.
That's right.
What kind of body you got?
I'm trying to tell you.
It's a lie. She got some skin and meat on her now. She real bouncy, but
it don't matter. That bounce will be bounced if she got any part of her body touched by 18-wheeler.
I'm going to call this today, and I'm going to call it, and I'm going to make this my official statement. She passed away in the van, and they moved her body.
Yes.
I ride with this story. I ride with your story, Dennis. She passed away in the van. I ride with your story. Why did you move the body? Why?
Blankets on the ground. Blankets on the ground and nobody under the blankets. And they don't use pink blankets. They don't use pink sheets. They use white sheets and black bags for people that's dead.
Lisa James, please stop calling me Strom. My name is Storm. Storm. That's a little insulting now.
Them people on that van, I don't trust them more than I trust anything. I don't trust them either. Everybody on that van might have been part of the setup.
Let me ask the question here. If you think that Angie passed away on the van, let's say that did happen, would you believe that somebody removed her body and took it to the hospital so they would not get an investigation in the field right there? How many of you believe it? Put a 1 in the chat. I need to know if you believe that. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you don't believe it. 1 if you believe it, 2 if you don't.
Your family is the worst. Your family can turn on you just like that. I done seen it too many times. I have lived it. I have lived it. I have been homeless. And my family knew, some people in my family knew I was out there, and they never gave me a hand or nothing. But you know who did help me? People that didn't even know me. That's who helped.
Here's the thing. They're trying to make this look like the kids are wrapped up in this. And you know what? They're not.
No.
Now I see the play. The kids are the victim here. Diamond and Michael are now the victims. They are the victims of not knowing what really happened to their mom. And if somebody was man enough, if Ashton was man enough to tell them the truth, I'm from South Carolina. They said she looked too good to be in a car accident like that. Was you there, Byron? Did you see the body? She was laced with diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Come on, man. We're gonna
all about who can control the narrative.
Yeah, I'm not. You can't control the narrative like that. You're gonna have to give us just a little bit more sincerity to control that narrative. And I respect you too much as a journalist for that. I mean, come on, brother. I highly respect your craft.
Storm, why would he say it though, Storm? Why would he say it?
Because he works. He works along with the same organization, Court TV. Rhonda Wills worked with the same organization, Court TV. They're contributors to that network. So the two of you, for some reason, as contributors for Court TV, are now wrapped up in the family situation of Angie Stone. Why? Why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. So did somebody call Rhonda Wills and say, Rhonda, we got a situation. Okay. Let me call Byron. I'm going to call Byron and I'm going to tell Byron to make the official release out there because we all work at the same network and we can put the story together soon. We'll take care of it. Is that what y'all trying to fool us with, man? Huh? You trying to fool us with that? Court TV ain't said a jot about Angie Stone yet. And you gonna get it out there now? Huh? Huh? Come on. What's really happening? You gonna drop it now?
I believe they wanted Angie Stone.
I see why.
Yep.
The pastor of Blue and New Birth didn't say anything. Because now I see the play. Jamal Bryant ain't no dummy. He was there. He was sitting right up front at the funeral. He didn't speak. He put up a statement.
And he always running his mouth.
That's not normal for Jamal. Do you know? I'm gonna drop some information on you. Do you know that Angie Stone is responsible for Jamal Bryant being the pastor at New Birth? I'm telling you this. He got the job as pastor at New Birth after Bishop Eddie Long passed away because Angie Stone suggested that they get him to be the pastor. They didn't even know who Jamal Bryant was at the time. And do you think that Jamal Bryant would sit back and not say anything? It didn't hit me until afterwards. It's too sacred to his heart. Because he don't believe the terms of events of what happened.
No. And the state is responsible for the video footage. Why is the state not releasing the video footage of what happened?
Because they were at mile marker 162 and the camera was at 165.
Okay. And they holding it close. I don't understand it.
Make me believe this video footage.
That sounds strategic. The accident at mile marker 162, and the camera is at 165. That sounds very strategic to me.
Jeez. All of us ain't
How
dumb.
coincidental is that?
Some of us know how to read. You know, getting footage from a camera for the traffic department is not a secret. You request it, and they send it to you.
That's right.
The cameras are listed there for the media to look at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can sign on to the cameras and watch them and record. Yep. You can do it yourself.
This goes right back to that white woman. Nobody else got out their car but you. This goes right back to her. And it looked like she was scared to death.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you how these liars I know are lying.
Mm-hmm.
Let me drop it like it's hot. Trey, I want you to come back for this one. I want to see your face when I say this, Trey.
All right, here I am.
All right. Trey, watch this.
What?
If there was a camera at mile marker 162 on Highway 65, do you believe that they would be talking and being quiet the way they are?
No, because everything would be on camera.
Everything would be on camera, which means that they know they would get caught in a red-handed lie.
Exactly.
Do you also know that if there was a camera at mile marker 162, that they would have known that Lethal left the scene because they would see it on camera? But because it was dark and there is no camera at mile marker 162, that camera is at mile marker 165, they are able to control a lie. Shut it up.
Yeah, they can control the narrative. They can control the narrative. And then, you know, it's dark out there. Who knows what the weather was looking like, if it was cloudy, overcast, what have you. You know, all of those things come into play when you're talking about camera footage, right? You 3 miles down the street, normally in the daytime, yeah, you probably will still get a good shot of the scene. But it's in the dark, you can make some maneuvers and move and shake, and some stuff go unseen.
I'm going to tell you how I know this. Because I called. I personally called. And they personally gave me the information to log in. That's how I know. When I logged in to cover my assets, I notified Gigi immediately and screenshotted the footage of the cameras. That's how I know.
Yeah.
Byron, did you check for camera footage, Byron? Did you check for it, sir?
So my thing is, any other time you're driving a vehicle, there's an accident on the highway, there's a fatality, and the driver leaves the scene, even if you do come back, that is a felony.
That's leaving the scene.
Why is he not arrested? And why are we not talking about some type of investigation going on here? Because anybody else, and then they would have did a tox report and everything else to see if he had any drugs in his system, if he was drinking and driving, what the case may be. All that goes along with it automatically if there's a fatality.
Hold up. News on the press. Listen. Driver, race, Black, African American. Driver, first aid provider. The report says he was a first aid provider. I'm looking at it. The other person there was 2 first aid providers.
If he walked away from
why nobody in jail.
Why he walked away from the accident storm? Let me tell you something. I've been on I-65.
Wait a minute. Hold on. There's one more. The paramedic, EMT, and Lethal are listed as first aid providers. Huh? Huh? Liddell. They said Liddell went to the hospital, right? Okay. How was you the first aid provider? You came
He
back to the
could have
scene.
been the first aid provider. He wasn't on the scene.
Bam.
That's right.
There you
And
go,
he a
right
damn
there.
fool. And let me tell you
There
How you
something.
gonna provide first aid to somebody you're not there, sir?
Exactly.
Make that make sense.
And he
because
a damn fool. If he walked away from the scene, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been on I-65. Then he took a hell of a chance his damn self for getting ran over. Because I've been on that I-65 at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. Them cars are coming. They are speeding up there. That's early in the morning before even daylight. I know it. I drove it. And if he walked away from the scene, he a damn fool. He should be dead too. Because them damn cars out there, they ain't looking to they're looking to get going straight ahead. It's the one he ain't got his ass ran over.
No,
So
because he went and got in that car that was already waiting for him to get into.
mm-hmm.
He didn't have to go across no damn highway.
Because he's supposed to be dead from that.
The car was waiting for him with Courtney and her daughter in it. If there was even a daughter really on the scene, who knows? We ain't seen her yet.
you
Right.
know
Lying
what?
about that.
You know what? There was not proper medical care given for Angie.
No.
Angie had just got off stage, standing, doing one hell of a performance.
You did.
And if you're a diabetic, I say I'm on stage a lot, and I'm diabetic. And if I stand up for over 2 hours, my feet are on fire, and I cannot walk.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me what I'm telling you? I'm telling you from facts. I've been through this. My feet are on fire. And when I sit down, my body is so wrecked from doing that till I almost cannot take it. Now, here is the other thing. She went through a whole set. I know her body was drained because she needed a kidney. There's no way she could have sweat and take all those electrolytes leave her body and she not have a resistance to something at that point. There was something medically happened. And you don't have to be ashamed enough to tell us that something medically happened.
You're right. So I'm gonna say this, Storm, and I'm gonna yield back and get in the chat. I'm gonna say this in closing. They talked CBS do 60 Minutes. They talked to a guy named Bob Dylan. They said, hey man, you've been on tour and all this stuff for years. Why don't you just retire for over 40, 50 years? He said, well, I wish I could, but I made a deal with the devil. He said, well, what devil is that? He said, I wish I could tell you, but I'm not at liberty to tell you. See, these people will sing you right into the graveyard. They got Larry Blackman sitting in a chair when they know this man is sick. This man needs to be in the hospital, and they got him performing on some cruise. It's going to be another cruise, the death cruise, if you don't get this man to the hospital. Okay, you get somebody else to sing Attack Me With Your Love. I don't know what he needs to be out there for. They are not playing, man. They do our people wrong in this industry. Our black people, and like Prince said, only a handful of artists will get their money. Everybody else is living on credit. And I'll yield back into the chat, and I appreciate y'all.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You know what? I got another call on the play. To give them further reasons to protect the situation. I just thought about this. A Mercedes is not a personal. The Mercedes coach, that van is not a personal van. It would fall under the category that you would need a commercial license. What do you call those licenses that the truck driver got to have?
Yes.
Is it a C-class license?
It's a difficult license from the truck license.
You have to have one of those licenses to be operating that vehicle on the road.
At all. That's right. You have to.
Why is there no mention of that?
She trusted way too many people. Way too many. Everybody that was around her was not in her best of her interest. But she tried to give people a chance. You know, that fool should have never been driving. Never should have been behind the wheel.
Okay. Now, hold on. I'm about to give you some more news now. Y'all ready for this here? All right. Driver, alcohol test type, blood. They did a blood test on the driver. Okay. Let's see here. Yes. They did a blood test on the driver, supposedly. All right. Male, harmful event, overturned vehicle, liability. Okay. Liability insurance, policy code, not set. Airbag did not deploy.
Nope.
You hear what I'm saying? There was no airbag deployed, which means that the impact was not even hard enough to deploy the airbags. And the van flipped over on the driver's side door.
Windows was blowed out.
Okay, you only need a CDL with 15 seater. Okay, but do you need a CDL to drive a Sprinter, a Mercedes Sprinter van? Can you please look that up for me?
It's a slightly different license.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly different license. I don't know if you can drive it with the same a chauffeur's license. Yes, okay. So do you have to have a chauffeur? I think you need a chauffeur's license to drive it, right? Either way, he didn't have a driver's license. Okay. So now liability insurance not applicable, victims airbag not deployed. All right. The maneuver movement essentially straight. That's it. Race. Was he a resident within 25 miles? No. The driver. First aid provider. None. He was not. He didn't need first aid.
All right.
He didn't need first aid.
All right, Rave, what did you have to say? How you doing, sweetheart? All right, Rave, are you there?
I'm all right,
here.
my family just got home. I'm about to go back into the chat. It was nice talking to y'all.
Thank you, Trey.
Come back more, Trey. We enjoyed you.
Hi, I come in muted. How are you doing? How are you doing, Storm?
Doing fine.
You're asking the same questions that I was asking the day before yesterday. You're answering the same questions because you remember when I asked you, did you do a FOIA to get the information?
Yes.
And you said that the FOIA information has not come in. I had logged into to answer Magic because Gigi I know hasn't read me yet, but I posted this on December 21st, 2013, and I was telling I was answering a question. Don't trust anyone anywhere. Don't trust emails, phones, texts, telegraph, Western Union, Skywriters, Morse code, the mailman, your mom, your father figure, the child, your best friend since birth, your man, your cousins, your ex, the funeral home, rehab, including counselors and patients, NA, AA, hotel concierge, because you can find a lot of information from the hotel concierge if you got the money. The bellman, your dry cleaner, because they're the ones that are on these boards. People don't get fired for using their name. They get fired because they sit. I cursed. I'm trying to think of another word for it. That was supposed to be quiet, ain't quiet. I love millennials. Y'all know everything. My generation has done stupid stuff, but we weighed the options before making mistakes. You guys are so savvy and advanced. I said it before, but it bears repeating. Most of the so-called tea is spilled by the people themselves. Take this board. Folks have been fired just for being on here. You don't have to post tea to get canned. Just posting about flowers and vinegar can get you fired. One dumbass actually thought that no one here knew could figure out who she was. Not only did her pics get plastered on her secret blog, her
Guys,
put
hold on.
her her
Brave, I don't mean to cut you off. Are are you reading?
I'm reading.
Okay.
I'm
And
reading. I'm reading the post that I Magic asked, and she was talking about Judas's
Oh, but
guys,
and
yeah,
all.
just stay on the top. Yeah.
yeah, let's get back on topic. That was
I
a lot.
didn't ask anything about Judas's. I just made a statement that there is a cross reference to
And
being
I was
after people
co-signing
having
with you.
Judas's. Oh, thank you.
I
Thank
was
you so much.
co-signing with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Because
you.
Storm was
And
playing
and 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 I was reading this post because I was almost finished about how all of the Judases are around you. Because in this industry, you can't trust anybody.
Nobody. Nobody.
No one. And if you want it repeated, you just have I've tested people and they have failed every time. I've said something a little, wanky to see if I would hear it back, and every time I would hear it back because people want clout. You want to know why people sell their souls to the evil ones and the dark forces? It's ego. I want what I want, and I will do whatever I have to do to get it, even if I don't mean it. But the people that you're making those deals with mean it.
all right.
Correct.
And I'm not telling you what some blog told me. I'm not telling you. I'm telling you what I know for real for myself.
Okay. So yeah, with all due respect, though, we need to kind of stay on topic right here because I think that we are close to coming to some common sense here.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Rave, because Storm was really, really hot. He was really getting into Angie stuff. And I really go ahead, continue, Storm. But thank you, Rave.
So hear my people. Hear me when I say this here. I want the fans of Angie Stone to know the truth
That's right.
about what happened to her. We love her, and I feel like we have a right to that. She's a public figure, and because she's a public figure, we have a right to know what happened to her. What we feel doesn't make it gospel, doesn't make it the facts. But we have enough common sense that we can figure things out among ourselves when the other stuff they're saying just don't make any sense. Because if anything was done righteously that morning, I don't see a need for all of these high power lawyers. And I don't see a need for Rhonda Wills to be part of this narrative. Then there's no press conference anywhere to stipulate the conditions of any criminality and or liable mistake. It doesn't support either one. You're just leaving it out there that whatever you want to think, whatever you think, it is what it is. On top of that, you have a man that was driving a vehicle on a national roadway with no driver's license. That an accident happened. And there's no consequences. An accident happened that you say, Byron Dennis, took the life of Angie Stone. That's what you say, sir. That's what you say. You say she died in the van from the accident. That's what you say. I don't believe it.
Storm, I'm gonna tell you something. You come with a common sense of like-minded thinking, but what is trying to drown that out? Murderous and mayhem and confusion. Confusion, Storm. This is how they get us to talk about it. You see, they figure like we're rambling and we don't know what the hell we're talking about. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get the hell on up out of here. If you want the right information, because this show, it comes to hard work and you want the right information, you want like-minded people, like-minded Black people. This is a show you need to be at. But I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna get on up out of here. Don't ever think that somebody will misuse you, your brother, your sister. So my friend, I was in high school, killed his granddaddy over a pot of beans because he said save it for the rest of the family. See, killed him over a pot of beans. And if your granddad ain't worth but a pot of beans, then what's somebody else worth? This is what I'm talking about. Come to this show if you want the truth. Come to this show when you want to listen to like-minded Black people. And I'm gonna tell you something, Storm. If we able to make it into the next millennium, I hope you here, because we need somebody with common sense in their head. Because I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of us gonna go to bed tonight alive, but Angie is not going to bed alive tonight. She's in a ground somewhere, and she don't deserve to be there. I say this to my brothers and sisters: keep fighting for the truth, because the truth will set you free. I'd rather go to heaven broke than to go to hell rich. And know that, and know I'm telling the truth. That's all I got to say. Talk to y'all later.
All right, thank you, Charles.
Charles, I got something. Okay, Charles gone.
Yeah, he gone.
I don't know if Magic is still here, but
yeah,
check this
we
out.
got Dream here too.
Oh yeah, I'm still here in the building. I ain't never going away.
All right, Magic.
I already done put down the groundwork for what we gotta do, and we gotta keep our talents and keep everything that we have to ourselves with our people, and get out of these organizations, institutions, record labels in Hollywood.
Dream, are you here?
Now
Dream?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Gigi?
Okay, because last time I put you on, but then you didn't went off. I'm gonna get your thoughts right when Storm finished. He got something to say. I'm gonna come to you, Dream.
Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute until you're ready for me.
I'm about to dispel all the bull crap that Byron just tried to deceive us with. They have to do an investigation if there's someone that demise on the road like that, in an accident like that. Okay, and if that happened, there would be crime scene photographs from the police department in reference to showing that. Now, the crime scene, the photographer that took the pictures on there was Jobrick Williams. He took pictures, so there's pictures, and ain't no pictures to support that Angie Stone was there demised. There ain't none. I'm telling you from the report. State of Alabama. At 4:35, the police department was dispatched to the scene. At 4:35, the police arrived at 5:25, a daggone 55 minutes later. 4:35 notified, arrived on the scene at 5:25. 4:35 notified, 5:25 arrived on the scene. EMS arrived at the scene at 4:55 a.m. I'm going to say it again. EMS arrived at the scene at 4:55 a.m., which would tell me that Lethal was not there when the EMS arrived, because the EMS was there at 4:55. And if the police didn't get there to 5:25, then he had already gotten back there or just on the way back at the time. During this time, Angie must have been removed from the scene. EMS response, none at all. No EMS response. David S. Rogers is the investigating officer. And David S. Rogers says that no responding EMS was on the call. David Rogers says that there was no death on the scene of the call. Come on, Brian. Where you at, Byron? I'm looking at the report, Brian. Byron Dennis.
Well, Storm, it seems like someone told him that the people that he's working with is telling him what to say to push a narrative out. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, you know that? Okay.
Mhm.
So who? Okay.
Mr. Storm, can I add something to your timeline?
Yes.
When
Go
you
ahead.
look at the drawing that you have, those tire marks don't match the accident. When she looped back around and you look at the way if this Benz van or whatever you call it veered off that way, the tire marks are not going to go at that angle. And then
Uh,
that
I
18-wheeler truck, where is that?
I would say that the tire marks look exactly as what I thought.
Because
I would say that that police report is pretty dang on accurate.
I agree. But it doesn't, well, I won't say I agree because the police report puts the van in the middle of the road.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
And it says 24 and then it has lanes.
No. It does not. It puts it on the middle shoulder.
Okay, well, my other question is, well, where's the 18-wheeler? Because where the tire marks? Like I'm thinking of when they did the drive-by.
Listen, see, this is what everybody's confused at. That's a separate incident. The 18-wheeler truck is a whole separate incident. That accident didn't happen the same time. Theirs happened first, and then he came up the road to make it two incidents. That's two incident reports.
Okay, but even with that, whenever those 18-wheelers are in an accident, their cameras automatically come on.
Yes, but you're exactly right. But
where are the cameras from that? And then when you got the FOIA, where's the 911 call if she called 911?
Well, see, that's the part that we have to get to. You see what I'm saying? But by this report, what she says is complete lie.
I agree. So that's why I'm just I was following you as you were going along with everything. And then in that report that you have, the driver said that it was something going on with the gear shaft or something. So the van wasn't driving properly.
Well, let me read you the well, let me see if I can do that first.
It says it's going to say unit 1 and it's line 1. It's right under.
No, but that's unit 1 is the Mercedes.
Yes, sir. So his words that he gave, he said that the it wasn't shifting correctly or something.
Yeah, no, well, see, here's the thing. He didn't say it wasn't shifting correctly. What he said was he was experiencing a problem.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the terminology. I don't have it in front of me.
He said it was experiencing a problem. And so it caused the van to shift to the left towards the median in the middle. Right?
Okay, but when we saw the van, it looks like it was upright, but in the drawing it looks like it's laying down.
No, it was on the side. It flipped to the side. It flipped to the side.
And then it flipped back up straight up because when
no. When you saw it sitting, when you saw it straight back up, that was the tow truck people that had already lifted it.
So it looks like it caught on fire. Is that what that was?
No. There was no fire.
Okay. So these were the questions that I had because I'm like, well, the way that side panel looked, it didn't look like a scuff from flipping over. It kind of looked like it was on fire or something.
No, there was no fire. And if there was a fire, then that would mean there is a missing report.
That's what I was trying to say. That doesn't look like damage from a car flip to me. The way
Yeah.
that paint is on those Mercedes, that paint, you will still see the shine from that paint.
Well,
You
but
just kind of see the tar.
at the same time, that would be on the extended report, and so that won't be released that fast.
I was just going by visually what I saw. I was just trying to get a
Yeah,
visual because
yeah,
I don't
but
because
yeah.
oh, one more thing I'm trying to say it before I forget. And you know, Miss Gigi be getting mad at us, and I'm already nervous because I'm on speaker, so she might
Mhm.
hang up on me.
Dream, dream, dream. Look at the photo. Do you see that car flipped on the side? Dream.
Um.
Look at the screen, dream.
Okay, I see it.
You see it? Have you seen that side first? Have you seen that before?
No, I didn't. Wait a minute. Which way I look at it? Let me try to turn my phone this way. Oh, okay. So that's a different picture. I didn't see that one.
Right. That was the
Oh,
first. How you see how it's side on the side?
yes, I see that. Because
Uh-huh.
when I saw it, it was upright. So
Yeah,
that's why.
that was later on. That's
That
when
was
they
after the fact. That was hours later.
Okay, because then I saw the truck on the scene as well. So I'm like, well, what hit the
Because
window from that truck? But you're saying that that's different.
the tow trucks were there to move both of them, but they have not moved. They had not moved them yet.
But it was like a 18 wheeler. It was like a
Yes,
white
ma'am.
guy sitting in front of
Yeah,
that 18 wheeler. So that wasn't a part of the accident at all.
it was, but it had not been removed yet from the scene.
So where did that cross in the medium? Because I don't see the tire tracks from that.
Well, the tire tracks are there. You just you you have to kind of go back and look at all the pictures that are out there, but it's the tire tracks are definitely there. There's no way you can miss it.
I only saw one set of track. Maybe I'll go back and look. It was
Yeah,
hard for
yeah,
me to kind of look too. So
yeah.
I will say I
'Cause-
didn't look at
Yeah,
everything on
because
because it
you're not able to assess enough yet because there you haven't seen the correct pictures. Oh
right.
yeah,
I haven't really been able. This is my first time really even speaking about it because this is rough for me.
yeah.
This is so rough for me. And now I see why they're trying to stop a lot of the independent artists from going independent. But anyway, we're back to this because I don't trust that lady. And when I was thinking about when he was saying that the van wasn't driving appropriately, I was thinking maybe he convinced Miss Angie to get in the car with the white lady and was like, well, you know, this van not really driving right. You can ride with her. So maybe she never got in the van. She was always in the car with the white lady.
That's correct. That's correct. But here's my point. By this accident report, that
Yes,
tractor trailer never hit that vehicle.
I didn't think so either. That's what I was
It
trying to.
never it never hit it. It never hit it at all. Never touched that vehicle. Nobody in that vehicle got injured by that tractor trailer.
I really
That
think they put that van there. I just don't feel like anyone that's filed these lawsuits with with this judge.
well, we
With
can't talk about lawsuits yet because we don't have any information to verify that. And once lawsuits start getting out, then they will have more information on the complaints and until they get to the point of depositions. So it's
you
kind of
don't think they're gonna seal that up?
well, no,
Okay,
that won't no.
that's what I was thinking about. I apologize. I feel like I'm cutting you off. I apologize. So okay, so that was my other because you know what kind of threw me for a loop too when I anybody white in the chat, please don't take it offensive, but I don't know what else to call her. She is a white lady. But when the white lady went live the first time and she got
Mhm,
on there like she was telling the story and she say,
mhm,
so this is what happened. The truck ran over me. That was her first live she went and her hair was still kind of oily.
mhm.
And then she went back around. But that first when she went live that first time, something inside of me said she's lying. And then even when she's reciting the story, even her body language, her eye contact, she always looks down to the right. She keeps touching her hair. She's not being truthful when she's reciting what happened on that scene.
Well, she's
She
telling
wasn't there.
partially. She's telling enough of the truth to indicate that she took Angie Stone away from that scene.
She should have just kept her damn mouth closed because nobody even knew the heifer was dead.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
happy
What's
she
that?
said something.
No,
You see what happens when you do wrong,
wait a
when
minute.
you do
We
wrong
got
to good people, somebody make you come out and open your mouth. Because she probably wasn't supposed to say nothing. She
oh
probably
she probably
wasn't ever supposed to go live and do all this other stuff. But somebody got inside of her and made she probably even, I'm putting it out there. This lady done bust the case wide open for us.
What
Or
yeah.
got me honestly is her saying she had oil on her head and she had a little mark there on the side of her face. And
mm-hmm.
then she was like, she got lifted in the wind, and then her daughter was crying and she had to run across. Ma'am, can you please get your story straight?
Because typically after an
Because
accident, your
if it's an
adrenaline is
18
rushing.
wheeler
You
and if
don't
you
feel
let
it.
Angie on the side of the road, ain't no way an 18 wheeler gonna clip you, ma'am. Let's just look at logistics. Let's just look at something from let's look at a we are not saying that we have the mathematics to say, in which time this would happen and this time it would have an impact or hit. But if you're saying that you took her out of this van, you let her to sit there, and then all of a sudden this 18-wheeler came from the opposite side of this highway headed towards Angie and hit her, and you were lifted off your feet like Mary Poppins, and then all of a sudden you ran back to your daughter and then came back in time, and now you got all oil marks on your body. You're really insulting our intelligence.
But then
Yeah,
I don't think her adrenaline will be rushing so much. How can you say my legs were hurting so bad? You usually don't feel all of that until like the next day or something. When like
or
calms
2 or 3 days.
yeah,
And you'd be swollen up. Matter of fact, her head would have been swollen.
she'd have been cuckoo. She should have had a
That's
concussion.
Let me just throw this out there. Tony Braxton had her, type of event happening, and so, purportedly, I'm going to say purportedly, like the law says, purportedly, this man was one of the passengers that was in the van with Angie, and he came with like a brace on his neck, and he supposedly had an injury, which people are saying. A medical doctor is saying if you have that injury, clavicle or whatever, you cannot bend like that. You can't do it without pain substantial, and you really need to be in a hospital. So how was he able to bend at that type of degree angle? It's impossible if you have that injury. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
I had already said that boy was lying, because there's no way he's going to have that kind of range of motion with that kind of injury. Just
Thank
not
you.
going. Just with the collar alone on the neck, he's not going to have that range of motion, because that neck is so stiff that it would bending. I had a stiff neck before.
The pain
Just
is
a
going to
stiff neck.
radiate everywhere whenever you try to move.
That pain will make you call the good Lord and ask him to take you away from here, because that hurts. It hurts bad. You hear what I'm saying?
It sits on a nerve. It's just pinching that nerve, and
it's
this
just
swelling.
pinching that nerve. And ain't that much gabapentin in the world to make you get off of that pain. No. So that was Cap.
If everybody can just imagine when they sleep on a pillow wrong, and you wake up and your neck hurt, or you laying up underneath to somebody you love, and you like, I want to move, but I don't want to move, or you just laying on the couch watching a movie, and you got to wait for a minute. So if you feel that just from just laying around doing nothing, imagine the impact from an accident. You're not going to have that much range of motion.
That's correct. But before I forget, here's something that I want to say, and I'd like to make this very clear to the audience. The truck, we have to get the exact time that the truck pulled up, because I don't think that part happened until when she came back from the hospital and was passing back by, and that truck that happened.
That's what I was thinking, Mr.
That
Stone.
truck didn't have that accident
You
until
talking about the way? You talking about the
until
window?
well after 6 a.m.
Okay, yes, sir.
But I didn't think to check on that because I thought it was all one unit. But now tomorrow I will be checking on the exact time of that accident of the truck and get the details on that.
Because if you look at the top of your report, it's a check mark where it tells the officer, if you made an amendment to this report, check this box. He checked that box.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they checked the box because I think what honestly happened was at first they didn't do a blood test on lethal, and they got the blood test afterwards, and so they had to amend the report for that. So any changes that gets made to the report, they have to notify it. I mean, document. So that's what happened. I don't think anything in that report is nefarious at all. To me, it looks very straightforward and
well, I kept remember hearing something about she passed it like 6. So why does the report say 4:20?
She didn't pass at 6. Well, wait, excuse me. Let me correct myself.
The accident was at 6. I apologize. I think it said the accident was at 6, but the report said 4:20.
They said the accident was at 6 because I believe, this is what I believe. I don't know this to be factual, but this is what I believe. While she was at the hospital, they told her that they had been in an accident. So the hospital reported it to that. I'm going to say that again. When they took her to the hospital and they told the hospital what happened, they told the hospital that they were in an accident because they didn't call Diamond until after 6 to let her know that her mother had not made it. So it didn't.
You're saying the police officer just repeated what the hospital said?
Hold on. That right there showed Dennis Byron lied. Because the call didn't come to the daughter until 6, after 6. And when it came to the daughter after 6, we know that during the time from 4 to 6, they weren't at the scene because the officer notated the names of everybody that was there. He ain't gonna lie. And here's on top of that, knowing anybody in the medical field here know, once EMS finds out a person has a condition that involves their kidney, they're transporting them. No questions asked, because you don't know the physical trauma on the inside that would be the damage that would be done to the body, and you cannot look at the body on the outside to see that. They have to check to make sure there's no blood clots, yada 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 yada. Because that person is.
I mean, I don't know if she had a problem with her kidney or whoever did.
She did.
But they could have been on a list as well for a transplant. So in that case, if that was her situation, once they get there and they see her, she's priority. She's getting out of there because they're trying to preserve everything.
Exactly. So now you see that on the police report, this officer did not lie. He put the facts out there. So Angie wasn't there. She wasn't there. No, you can tell that lie to somebody else. You can tell that lie to somebody else. She was not there. She was not there. She was not at the scene. Angie Stone was not at the scene. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah. Magic, are you there? Magnificent. I'm sorry, Magnificent, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. I'm here. Okay. I'm here. And
Magnificent, are you there too?
Yes, I'm here, Gigi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you for your patience. What did you have to say about this?
She was not at the scene. She was not at the scene, and I agree with Storm. I agree with everybody else that said. I agree with my intuition. That woman was not at the scene. They took her out after her performance, and my intuition is telling me that. And I'm telling you, I'm not even to say telling you, I'm a very spiritual person, and I go by my vibes and my intuition. And from everything that I'm seeing, when she started speaking out, they targeted her. And she said she was coming, and they said, "No, we coming for you." And they got her. They did the okie doke. They set her up for her last performance, just like Michael Jackson. He said, "This is it." And guess what? They say, "Yeah, this is it." Because we're coming, we're gonna let it be known this is it. Just like they set us here on fire on stage, just to get them more opioids, pain management medication. This is all a scheme. This is why I said, guess what? Us as our own people, we could switch it up. And we could bankrupt the music industry, Hollywood, and all that, because guess what? We are their puppets, so they think. We are their entertainers, so they think. We were blessed to have so many intricate ways to sing, to create music sound, to create something out of nothing, turn $1 into 15 cents into $1. We have these gifts, and we get it all from our creator. And they're still in their satanic regime. So guess what? What we need to do as parents, as people that are overseers, we need to be able to identify the offspring that's coming into our regime and say, "No, don't go that way. Stay right here with us." We create our own things, our own, not even to say Hollywood, because Hollywood is Hellwood. We create something that we've been doing that's been lost from something in the past, and we ask to get that again, which is the right way to go, so we could sing amongst each other. We could bring up each other. We don't have to have anybody tantalize or taint, which is what is a God-given talent, and they turn it into something satanic. No, we hold on to it within each other, within our communities. We make money, we sell within each other, and we keep them out of everything that we have. So guess what? They don't have any entertainment because they can't copy what is original. They can't do it. So that is a way to get them out. Don't give them anything. Keep it amongst ourselves. And what can they do? Go back to the Caucasus Mountains.
But I will say we have to build confidence in our children first, so that they will know if they're not afraid to walk alone, because everybody can't walk with you. So you still got to gatekeep your talent, so nobody won't take your confidence from you. But if we train them all to love each other and love themselves, it won't be a crabs in the barrel mentality. Because if I have it, you have it. And we'll protect it and love it more, and we'll share it more. That's just how I feel about that.
Okay, well, let me piggyback on that, because I could take you back to the 70s, take you back to the 60s, and take you back to the to where we're at now, and then bring you up to speed. I do remember back in the day, parents and teachers and even neighbors could tell children certain things to do, what not to do, was right and wrong, wrong and right, whatever. We had that. Okay. Right now, we don't have that, because we have parents that are actually grandparents, because we lost that generation due to things that they've seen that was perpetuated out there that people followed. So we got to get back into those days where we say, you know what? If somebody in your community sees this and they point it out to you, you don't curse them out, and you don't say, you know what, that's my child. Who you talking to? Who you doing that to? And this and that. You're the neighbors about. They're allowed to say what's going on. They're allowed to make their discretions, whether you're at home or not or whatever. We don't have that community like we had before, and even now. Let's go back to. I don't want to put it out there, but I will put it out there. There was somebody on social media that said, "Oh, Spanish people and blacks were like this back in the days." Sweetheart, it was, but it was before her time. But after her time, guess what? They told them to stay away from us. So what I'm telling you is that as a collective, as a whole, People need to get out of what has been presented to them on social media, presented to them in these books, presented to them as this is what it is, because it's all lies. It's his story, but it's that man's story that is told to you. Go back to listening to your grandmother. Go ask your aunts a couple of things that happened during their time. We need to get together interceptionally so that we're able to break what's happening outside of us. These people have constructed this whole scheme of things. They have put things on television. They have come against us and use our own people to come against us. So when you're able to look and identify with this person that basically is on the same page with you, then you go that way. When you see the ones that's going another way, you go the opposite way. But that's the only way that we're going to be able to get through this, because it's a psychological trauma game that's been played over and over and over again.
Sis, can I add something to that? Or can I you mind if I add something to that?
Yeah.
You know, ever since Bob Johnson and his wife sold BET, there's been a narrative to make our people look like monkeys on TV.
Speak on it, Mrs. Storm.
They even wanted to do everything, any show that show us arguing, fighting, cussing, throwing bottles at each other. Those are the shows they wanted in reality. And that's not what our community is made of. The most of us don't live like that. But they want the world to believe that that's what we're about. That you can't see a young black group of young folk that ain't about starting a fight and throwing stuff at it. The chicks got to just pull out each other's weave and just go at it because it's an automatic thing. That's what they do. No, it ain't what we do. And quite frankly, I am sick of this narrative.
We walked out the house covered. We weren't showing all this stuff. We were covered.
Because in our day, that was the disgrace to do such a thing. But nowadays, the younger generation don't care about that. There's no dignity in broadcast anymore, seems like. You know,
absolutely, because they did a trickery. What they did was they flooded our neighborhoods with these drugs. Right. They flooded the neighborhoods with
I'm not my child.
Hold on. I know we're talking about a very I know we're talking about a very important conversation, but I want to swerve it back around to Angie.
Okay. I apologize.
It's all right. The Magnificent. I wanted to get your thoughts real quick on everything with Angie. I hear a lot of feedback in your background.
Oh, hold on 1 minute. Let me turn. It's the fan.
Okay.
All right. Is that better?
I hope so. Yeah. Just talk to me. Your thoughts about Angie and all what's going on.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I saw the report. It says 9 injured, 0 fatalities. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. So y'all don't think she was ever in the van?
I believe she was in the van. I just don't believe her demise came in the van. And if her demise did come in the van, she was removed from the van and taken to the hospital before the police ever got there, thus making it not mentioned.
Okay.
Magic feel like she was never in the van. Do you still feel that way, Magic, or you change your mind? Magic?
I don't think she there.
Yeah,
she's
I said I don't ever believe she was in the van.
Okay, so the Magnificent, he wanted to know, did you believe that she was in a van? And
they snatched her up right after her show, and they probably put something. She probably said, "I need some water," something. She trusted the people she was with, because remember, she said, "I have a diesel team, and I have this and that." So, and the way that she did her performance, it was beautiful. I watched it; it was beautiful. So I believe she trusted the people she was with, and unfortunately, the people that she was with was her downfall.
But I think she was in the van because the report said 9 injuries, so she had to be in there, I believe.
But the
No,
magnificent, do you
no.
see her name on there? Why you ain't see the name?
No, they don't say no names, but they do say 9. But
And no, you can't say 9. You have to list the names, and then obviously, if there is fatality or whatever, you do have an EMS team that comes out. And
it
I
says,
know there's some people that work in a medical arena. You
but it said,
cannot just say you could say 9 people or whatever, but I'm just saying you have to list the names. And if there's no list names, even people calling the hospitals that saying she was there, they're saying they have no names of these names.
yeah,
I'm just no.
it said 9 injuries, 0 fatalities. But I also wanted to say, the driver, they said, fell asleep allegedly, and he don't have 2 hours that he can't remember what happened or something.
That's correct.
So how could that be?
It can't be.
Yeah, that's really suspect. That's something going on with that.
That's why Angie ain't getting that car with him. She got in there with the other lady and didn't even know she was in more danger with her. Angie wasn't in that car. She wasn't in the van.
No. I think she was in the van, and I think the body got moved. Excuse me. I think she got taken somewhere or kidnapped.
Okay. Well,
Dennis,
Mr.
talk
Storm,
to
do you
the
think
family. Why would Dennis say that she died in a van? So Storm said he does believe that she did die in the van, but they rushed her to the hospital to try to save her, but she didn't make it.
Yeah, I believe she was in the van, but they said she was outside of the van, and the truck came along. He hit the van, and the van hit her
No, she was not hit by that truck.
by the van.
She wasn't hit by the van either.
No, that,
They had the open casket. You could see.
yeah, I know, but
And then wouldn't it say that on a report?
Yeah.
What's her name? Magnificent. Wouldn't that say that on that damn report?
I don't know. I didn't read the report, but that's what one of her best friends
You
was
read
saying
the
too.
report.
Remember her best friend? She's from one of the news shows. She was saying the truck came along and hit her. She was standing out there in the truck.
Best friend. Her best friend.
Yeah, one of her best friends. I
Who?
don't.
Who best friend?
Angie Stone best friend. She was the one that.
White woman? You think that white woman her best friend?
No, it's the black lady. She got a little afro like Jerry curl. She said she was like really good friends with Angie.
But she was not, she didn't speak out about it.
No, that one ain't gonna fly right there. It's not gonna fly.
That's what
I'm
she
sorry,
said.
Gigi. All I'm hearing, Gigi, I'm sorry. All I'm hearing, we're moving on up to the east side. He's up, on the side.
Hey.
Yeah, but that's what she was saying. She said she survived the initial crash, and she said they helped her out, and then the truck came along, hit the van, and the van hit her.
She said that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a bionic woman. That was a bionic woman. Dun, 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 dun. The bionic woman.
She said that?
Huh?
Look that up. She actually said that at the funeral.
No, she said it on an interview before the funeral. I can send it to you if you want me to.
Yeah, send me that interview. Have y'all seen that interview? Angie Stone, best friend, going around talking about she
No,
got.
I haven't seen it. I have not seen that. I'm sorry. I did not see that.
Yeah,
Are
I'll
you
send it to
sure you
you.
telling me the truth, Magnificent?
I swear I am. She's a dark skinned lady. She got, like I said, a little short afro, and she said they was asking her about. She said, yeah, Angie, me and Angie was good friends. She said the story I got. She said she had the accident. The van flipped 3 times, and she survived. She said, and then the truck came along and it hit the van. I guess Angie was standing out there, and when the truck hit the van supposed to hit her.
This damn best friend.
Is that what they told her? Somebody in the van told her that?
I guess that's what somebody in the van must have told her. Yeah, because she.
And she believed it. To go out here to repeat that shit, something wrong with that best friend. She a part of it too. She a part of it too. She a part of it too.
That
Ain't no
definitely not.
way.
But it is strange because they was doing the same thing to Whitney Houston. Remember, before she died, they was putting out rumors that she died, and then she came up dead, just like Angie.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. They put out rumors that the person is dead. You're right. You are absolutely
Yeah,
right.
That's
Yeah.
how Clive Davis worked.
that's so crazy. It's scary being in the industry.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
better keep
scary.
your ass out that industry. Keep your ass out that industry.
See, the only
But
reason why I'm not discrediting
Pretty.
that lady's story altogether is because I was in a really bad car accident. And I didn't get up and walk like she did, but I flew through the windshield. I had to learn how to walk and talk and everything all over again. So I'm not saying you can't get hit by these big trucks and still make it out, but I won't see you just getting up off the ground and bouncing up. But you don't. I don't know
But see,
that car.
that's the thing. She didn't get hit by the truck. The truck hit the van. Probably the van took most of the impact, and they
no,
said the van hit her. So
no,
that's the story they're saying.
No,
that's not
that's
true.
not what we said. The woman said that she came out of it discombobulated and she told her to sit down and she walked her towards a place where she sat
Mhm.
her down.
You talking about that white woman. He said
Yeah,
the person that's
Yeah.
speaking is a dark-skinned black woman.
she said. I said, baby, you got to sit down.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
so
So now we got two women?
Yeah, he's
All right, I'm done. I can't.
man. You gotta listen to me. Magnificent is saying that a dark-skinned woman that's calling herself Angie's best friend is going around saying, "Well, this is what they told me about my best friend. The car flipped over 3 times. She got hit by the 18-wheeler. That's what you say, Magnificent.
yeah, the van hit the
But
truck.
then the white lady leaded her towards that to get her hit because she said the
Mhm.
wind came through her, and then her daughter was crying. So the white lady said that she basically walked her to a certain part of the road, and the car hit Angie and took the wind out of her,
Yeah.
and her daughter was crying, and then she ran back to her daughter afterwards. So I'm kind of really getting confused with this whole thing. Where's the cameras? I'm sorry. Where are the cameras? I don't really want to get wrapped into this like a spaghetti. Where are the cameras? Because there are cameras on these roads. Can
They
we
said it
please
was.
see the cameras?
They said it was the camera where they was at.
You didn't hear me.
They
Say
Yeah,
made
that.
sure they did
yeah.
the thing where there's no cameras.
Well, what flashing
But
lights did
you
the
know
did the
what?
white lady see that made
There
her
is.
stop?
Guess what? Even if there's no cameras, guess what? You do have. Let's go into the sky. Let's go into there's no, even if there's no cameras, there's something up there that can show you in real time what's happening.
There are no towers
There's
right there, but Mr. Storm said between 165 and what was the other one, Mr. Storm? There are no live towers right where they were. That's a dead zone. So it just so happened where they crashed, there was no satellites
all
there.
right. So you know what I'm gonna do?
It's a really
This is
rural
what I'm
area.
gonna do.
Thank you so much, Magnificent. I'm gonna let you go. But yeah, they did it on purpose in that area. It was all
Hmm.
a setup. That's what they're saying. Now,
Right.
Demon Slayer, are you there, Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer. All right, Demon Slayer. I don't want to keep saying Demon Slayer. Slayer. You hear me calling you? All right, I'm gonna let you go. Um, White, are you there? I'm gonna unmute you. No, I can't unmute you. Did you fall asleep, Miss White? Okay, you back? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good. I was waiting on you at the door. What's about everything, child?
No. I'm multitasking in the retirement.
I understand.
Multitasking in the retirement home.
I'm
Okay.
doing
Okay.
Congratulations.
okay.
Well, Gigi, I have to get ready for my show tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much, Storm. Let's give it up for Storm for coming in. You made it hot tonight. You had some great moments.
Well,
Thank
thank
you,
Go
you.
Mr. Storm, so
store,
much
go
for always
store.
always stand on your
Hey.
prayer. I
Well,
love that about you. You don't let nobody sway your mind. You are a strong man that a lot of men and young men and people should look up to and give you your just due. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. I
Mr.
appreciate that.
Charles, Uncle Charles, too, if you out there in the crowd, because you always come through and sprinkle knowledge. I love when I get quiet when the men are talking, because that's where a lot of the wisdom comes from. So I'm going back on mute. But I want to just thank you, Mrs. Storm.
Yeah. And I wanted to clarify on my way out. Some people thought we're putting in there that I'm Storm Monroe. No, I am not Storm Monroe. I am Quiet Storm FM, which is a radio network, and Quiet Storm just happens to be the name. My name on the air is Tony Smooth Jams. So you can find me on Facebook as Tony Smooth Jams, and you can listen at my 24-hour Quiet Storm radio network, which is quietstormfm.org. Please go there. I look forward to seeing you. Gigi, you know I love you to death. I can't wait to
Love
get you
you too.
on to the radio network because you light it up, that's for sure.
Oh,
So
sounds
you
great.
you got an open invitation to whatever show you want to do. But I just want to let everybody know, please don't fall into the cap. I believe with my heart that if Angie was in the van, Angie was taken away from the scene of the accident. The only two people could have done that is
Can you hear me?
the clear lady and Lethal, because both of them left the scene. Both of them had reasons to do whatever. And I believe that her body was moved and they did it. I will not take that back. I will not change my narrative. I believe that with all my heart. Everything in the paperwork backs that up, and I'm going to stand on it to the day I can. Thank you so much for having me, and all of you have a wonderful day.
All right. That was Storm, you guys. Give it up for Storm. All right. So White, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. Speak to me your thoughts about everything.
All I wanted to say was related to the cover up. Um,
Your
the
audio is so bad. It's going in and out.
okay, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back to you. Uh Tink Tank, are you there?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Come on with the good audio.
Oh,
Talk
can
to
you
me.
hear me?
I can hear you real good.
Oh, great. So I just wanted to say, without a timeline, without cameras, with that open casket, and Perry paying for it, and he's friends with Clive, I just wondered if at that scene that Angie Stone was never there, that she may have passed in her hotel, and then they came and got Lethal so that they can take her to the hospital from the hotel. Because there's no timeline. There's 2 hours missing, and the only one that can benefit is insurance payouts. So they can sue the van if it tosses over. The kids could get money that way. And she may have been really, really tired after the concert. She might have got sick at the hotel. I don't think she was ever in that van. I honestly don't. And then they had the open casket. She doesn't look like she was banged up. And then just the funeral was more like a Tyler Perry movie. It's just not adding up. And I think she should rest in peace. I don't think Clive Davis at 100 years old came after her. Maybe the conglomerate did because she was at Universal. Clive's not at Universal. So, and she also said on the last live that she had cleared things with Clive in 2000 and that she was just about to make some more money, which means licensing her music for commercials and other things like that and more samples. So she was looking forward to money. So I just think something about that van turning over was going to be the payout, and she wasn't in it.
Mm. Ooh, I tell you. Well, what I gotta say about your thing, I think I still don't trust Clyde Davis. You know what? Maybe Angie and Clyde, they did get some stuff cleared out, but I still would not trust them. They very fake and phony. And who's to say Clyde Davis and these big white companies, they rub each other hand all the time. They look out for each other. They're gonna side with the other higher players than the likes of Angie Stone. And if Clyde Davis was such a good friend to Angie, why didn't he help her get her money and get her stuff right? And I didn't know about Clyde and Tyler being close friends, because it sounded like Tyler Perry was calling Clyde out. And I don't think Clyde Davis is a friend of no person of color.
Smoke
Okay.
screen.
So you say what
Smoke
you
screen.
say.
Smoke screen. Because if you go back to Whitney Houston, who was really huge, right? As far as popularity and people loving her fan base and all of that, they didn't do any investigation on her at all. Not the daughter, not the Nick Gordon, and not Bobby Brown Jr. Why would they spend all that energy to do something like this and look so obvious for Angie Stone when she has said out of her own mouth she settled that in 2000? It doesn't make it, that's not adding up. What they want us to do
That's
is
not
take
what
us,
she said. She said y'all owe me some money and y'all
no,
gonna
she did
pay
not
me.
say Clive
She
Davis. She
said
did
that.
not.
She said y'all, and that was in December. And if no one ever registered her music, that goes back to whenever she was tied with Mr. Clive Davis.
Mr. Clive Davis doesn't even have a record label. None of that.
For
She
her
ended her
does he have her publishing? Who has her publishing?
Universal. He has nothing to do with Universal. So what they have us do as black people is like Clive Davis, Clive Davis. Clive Davis was interviewed about P. Diddy. He didn't even know where he was. They have him on camera, which being seen now with dementia. So yes, a conglomerate. Clive had her in 2000. This is 2025. And she said nothing about Clive Davis. So they got us running around chasing our tails. And we should be looking at the Mercedes truck, the truck, the van that seats 8 people, the miscount, the missing 2 hours. How did she get to the hospital? No ambulance. Where's the white lady to go pick up the guy lethal and then bring her body to the hospital? Where was she going next? 2 hours away? Why did it have to be on the road at 4 o'clock in the first place?
Well, what's their motive for doing this?
Because if you have an accident and there's a malfunction in the Mercedes, you possibly get some money off that accident. The whole
Well, it
motivation for
wasn't
anybody
on.
is money.
Well, if it happened at the hotel, why not just call 911 and let her go to the hospital? They don't know she's not going to make it if she
Why
got
did
sick at the hotel.
I got your answer? Why did he make a U-turn?
You said he did?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know he made a U-turn.
Okay.
I know the lady made it. Oh, you mean when he came back to the scene? That's what you're speaking of?
No, I'm saying when he was driving.
Was he lost? I don't know. When
Maybe
I
he
was
was,
telling, I'm trying to get answers like you all are. This is weighing heavy on me, so I haven't been able. I didn't watch the funeral. I just saw clips here and there. So I'm listening and putting everything together. I'm reading the report and I'm putting it back down. So I'm really
And
just trying to get my head around everything.
And Think Tank, I appreciate you coming with a different perspective. It's very eye opening. You got people in the chat. We feeling some type of way now. Okay. But but
well,
it's
you guys could
good.
feel a certain way, but how are you going to feel about Shanquella and then nothing happened for her? Nothing happened to Whitney Houston. Nobody investigated Michael
Yeah,
Jackson,
but we
really.
They
talking
did
about what
investigate
you
Whitney
said.
Houston. They
Hold
had
No, they didn't. The coroner died. They never investigated. It says she had pre-existing conditions. That's exactly what they're going to say about Angela. They're going to say pre-existing conditions, cardiac arrest. And we're going to sit here and be angry for 3 months because we're not going to get any information. You're not going to get from 93-year-old Clive Davis blaming him. Everybody's like, ah, ha, ha, they're going after Clive. He can't even talk.
Well, if everyone keeps hearing how bad he is, maybe people will stop signing to him.
Well, they should have did it 12 years ago or 15 years ago when Whitney Houston's case was, and
Well,
Chrissy and Nick Gordon and Bobby Brown Jr. That's 4 people.
we
And
we
y'all
know.
ain't do nothing to Clive Davis then. They know we're not going up for Angie Stone. What we gonna do? Riot and stop the music industry, the basketball industry, the tennis industry? Because it's not gonna happen.
Well, I think if people stop going to them, then they won't have anyone to come after.
Well, if we own the company,
So
then we would stop.
if we don't speak up, if we keep being quiet and saying what can't happen, nothing will happen.
It's not that you can do all you want, but it's not going to hold any weight in today in 2025 when they're taking away all types of benefits that are making us underclass Black people poor. So this
Everyone
is
has their own belief. I'm gonna believe in the positive. I'm gonna believe
what is
whatever
the
I want
positive
on
that we're going to be
positive.
able to stop the music industry, the basketball industry?
No, I believe that the children are going to be able to do whatever they want. You just have to lean on yourself, and they don't make your final call. They don't pull
Okay.
the plug. They don't have a decision. Your life, you already predestined for whatever you're going to be. It's just now about pouring back into each other.
I wanted
That's all
Think
I want to
Tank
say.
to know that MCA was brought out by UMG. Lucius Grain gets everything. That's what he wanted to tell you, Think Tank.
Well, I said it wasn't Clive Davis, so I'm in agreement with whoever else has a motive. But again, she said herself that she's about to make some money, that she had made her deal, inked her deal, and things are bright coming ahead. Only thing that was hurting her was her health.
So my question is, what's the motive for them? You said the truck will be the motive. Why they didn't
I
call
think the
it?
truck turning over would have been a motive for them to say she was in the van when she wasn't.
Okay.
So let me actually think. What do you think happened? Did she die in the van, or you think she did not die in that van?
I think that once we get a timeline, if we ever get a timeline, we're not going to find out if she ever entered that van. And it's possible, and I'm really saddened by it, that she might have passed after that concert, that she stayed on her feet all day, which she wasn't doing. She was seated for all of her concerts. She did a lot that night at that ball. And and usually for the top act, they don't get in no van with eight people on staff. They have a separate car.
Mm-hmm.
So that didn't add up. If you get any writer, you're not going to have her, Gladys Knight, Roberta Flack, anybody like that in a van with 8 other people, like she's a drummer. That's not happening. And if you look at the van real close, in the back, it's packed with equipment. So where was she sitting? The star. She wasn't in that van, y'all. Sorry to tell you.
So tell me this: how did she pass away?
I think she passed away at the hotel.
From what?
Pre-existing conditions. Like I said, she wasn't murdered. Watch it when you get it. Just gonna say something about shock, cardiac, because they got to match the van. Because they told the public they got us all running around chasing our tails. But when we get that last thing, they're gonna say shock, cardiac arrest, and pre-existing conditions, just like they did Whitney. Prior drug use, prescription drugs, and she drowned in 90-degree water. She drowned, face down, 5'9". She drowned in a tub that was smaller than her. Come on.
Miss White, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
All right. What are your thoughts about everything?
I'm gonna say this. I'm retired federal agent, and we have ways of doing things to make the public look the way we want them to look. Whether it's plane crashes, whether it's suicide, no matter what it is. Unfortunately, I've repented to God, but I've been part of these things. And I'm telling you, you're not going to get the truth ever. There are powers that are way above anything on this call or anybody calling in. That's what they want. As long as it stays split, as long as the minds don't come together, it'll be business as usual. It's done that way for a reason. I had an unknown case where it was really planned, where
Your audio leaving me. Can you get?
I'm
Because you
sorry.
sound like you got
Whether
good information.
whether
I want to hear you. Can you? I want to
okay,
hear that's
can you
good.
hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Where a military reconnaissance, somebody that you lived with, you trained with, and you really thought that that was that person. And all of a sudden, one of the aircraft crashed, and that's your buddy. and you knew them for X amount of time, but you didn't know that they was an implantation as a cover-up. So you're witnessing that that person really did die, but they really didn't. There are unclassified files that be released in the National Archives. Matter of fact, it's one particular project. I'll put it in the chat. You read it, they'll tell you how they do it. They'll put it in your face and tell you how they do these things. But everybody's so desensitized and scared, they're not concerned. You can go back and forth all day long, and at the end of the day, it will be business as usual. I've lived it, I've been in it, I've experienced it. There are some things I'm going to have to die with because I would never say to bring harm to my family, but you are never, ever going to get the truth. It's been that way. They're too powerful. We're in the age of information, and information can be distorted because the people who have the access to the control of information, that's the most powerful. So the public can say what they want to say. They can protest or whatever, but they have already swinged in the people who are dependent on the greed, dependent on the money. They're never going to give it up. They have addictive, just like our products we eat. There's just some things we try, but we can't. They've already set this system in place, and it's not going to be done. There's a higher goal, way more than this. Unfortunately, I really pray for the family, but there's a higher goal with the elites. And that's that 2030 goal that no one knows. So if they keep you busy over here, you don't even know what's getting ready to happen on the high end. It's all about control of information. We can control your information. We can control you through your money, through your food, and through your health. It's the bigger picture, not this. And I think that we have all these incidents and all of these things that are happening to take us off of the bigger plan. It's digitization. I have 10 certs, I'm retired. Digitization is sniffing the community and they have no clue. Your money ain't going to be no good no more because it's all about control of information. If I can control you and get the paper money to be absolved and you're dependent on what? Digital, your credit card, your debit card, I control you. I don't care about what you're talking about. If I don't give you the money you want, if I lock your bank account up, you can't get it. You'll resort to what? Violence. You'll do whatever you got to do. It's way bigger than just these famous people that are popping off. That's to keep the Black community distracted with all of the things, release of Martin Luther King files, Kennedy files, George Foreman. All of those things are distractions to keep you off the bigger. And the bigger picture is to control everyone, to own nothing, but you'll be happy with whatever we give you. And I'm not talking about the small things. Not no Clive Davis. He's not even in the elite. This is bigger than him. He's not. These people who y'all think they are not. It's the international people. They're the ones who control the puppets. So while everybody's complaining and all this about Trump and Elon, they're beings. They are the puppeteers to orchestrate the transition of where we're going to be in the next 4 years. And they have a plan, and it's going to go down. This is a spiritual battle, and people are talking about everything, but they're not focusing on heavenly storing up where you're trying to go eternally, because that's what it's going to end up being at the end of the day. It's not about who's gone or whoever, but I just wanted to say I live that life. I know what it's like. There are things that I had to do to keep my family safe. I signed up for it. I didn't know, but I could never say. I have to lay down at night next to my spouse, and he didn't really know who I was, or he didn't know what I was doing, because it was to keep them safe. So be careful about how far you want to go. Don't ever think that you're going to come up against the big system, because we are pawns in the game. We all are. And they don't care. That's what I want to say.
May I ask you a question?
All right, you got to come back up here more often. I'm so happy that you are so patient. And I just want to say thank you so much for blessing us. And I hope to hear you more often. But people got questions for you. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
It reminds me of a saying when I heard someone say, "He that controls the mind controls everything."
Yes.
So, and then the biggest commodity now is your data.
Yes.
So they want to get your data so that they can keep control of your mind. And a lot of the things that we're witnessing is a big psyops, like the music
Yes.
industry. They go through
Yes.
these different psyopses. That's why you keep hearing the frequencies changing.
Yes.
And it's designed
That's
that
why
way to
they
make
keep
you act.
on. Sorry to interrupt, but that's why they keep on showing me certain stuff on the internet when I didn't
Yes.
look for it.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
It's
I'm
that.
tired
that's
of
your
that shit.
that's your,
I don't want
that
to be
that's
Algorithm.
looking at certain
that's your
stuff
algorithm.
enforcement and
But you think about it. So think about this. Let me be a little deep.
I don't like it.
So there was a mission. Okay, I'm an avid reader. I've been reading since I was 4, and I read things that most people averagely don't. And then when I got in the government, I really started going into other directions. I always stayed silent back behind the scene, but I'm always listening at things. And there were books that I read. One of my favorite authors is Robert Ludlum. It's called The Conspiracy Theory, and it's about population control. Okay, these books and the Wuhan theory, the eyes have dark eyes. These books were written back in the 70s and 80s. Okay, they're always going to show you, but to us, it comes across as entertainment. You know, the movies, Will Smith, all those movies, they actually were doing it. I didn't know until I got in like Fugitive Ops, where they were actually the weapons that I saw, okay, they were actually in my hand. It wasn't no movie. I was like, I swear it seemed like I've seen this stuff. It's because they've already been doing things way before probably a lot of us were even born. They've been dabbling over into the evilness of the world. And they now are moving to orchestrate the last pieces, which is your data, your mind. Why do you think they say, oh, yeah, go to the platform, social media, get on the bank, get the app. It's very convenient. See, they've already split the generation with the young people because they're in the technology. That's what they want. It's the last of the baby boomers and the millenniums. They're the last. They split it already. So you got the disconnect of information. So if they can take the technology and infect the younger generation, they got more control over that than they do over the ones like us who are left. It's all been planned. Whether it's COVID, it was all controlled. This was all part of the scheme. I read documents that have unclassified because nobody don't think about going to the National Archives. Nobody does that, but that was my world. Nobody's reading that stuff. It's out there. They've been dibbling and dabbling since the 50s, and they knew the day would come. They're not concerned about what you're protesting. They're not concerned with anything. They got you hooked now into technology. Look at where we at. That's the way we all depend to communicate. We're not using landline forms no more. We're not going to any type of recreation or meeting rooms to talk. They got you hooked. We all are in the same boat. So they monitor with the new system, Genesis, everything. It's everything. Even your kids, your social. Hey, there's no more privacy. But didn't Will Smith have a movie that kind of foretold that? Well, that's where it is. Why do you think that the United States, why do you think we're going through what we're going through? They're dissolving the assets. They're stripping it down and rebuilding it for the new thing that's coming. Now, you can think that it's a conspiracy if you want to, but keep on living and you'll see it happen right before your eyes. Just like that DC plane crash. They're military people, my comrades. I ain't see no funerals on no TV saying nothing about them soldiers dying. I didn't see no honorary funerals. I didn't see any of that. You're seeing these planes going down. It's to stoke fear. It's to stoke you into not moving until they tell you to. China already been showing you. China is so controlled, face recognition, all of that stuff is part of the bigger plan. You just didn't know it. You don't.
Did you ever read Behold a Pale Horse?
Yes. I have that book here. Yes. I'm telling you, things that I've read, it's just unbelievable because I stayed in the National Archives all the time. I used to declassify information. I'm telling you, I'm reading these things and I'm like, oh my God, even your votes and stuff. Let me ask you something. Wasn't it ironic that the man won all of the things that all of these states, and there wasn't a peep about anything. I believe they went in that system and did what they did, and it came right on out of there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, they came right on in and out of there. So there was no hollering about votes or anything. None of that. It was just smooth transition that happened. And what do you think now? How they're moving? Look at what Elon. Look at the systems that they're attacking, which is the Bureau of Fiscal Service. That's where all the money comes. That's why all the government pays. Once they can get into that and filtrate it, it's pretty much a wrap. We can control the money. If you're getting benefits, it goes through your state. They're going to control it. And the food, Bill Gates. Wait a minute, Bill Gates got so much farm property and he's making the farmers get rid of it, controlling. He believes that you can make liquid out of meat now. That's where we're going. He's on the WHO Commission.
Actually, he started this in 2018.
He did. I mean, it's all about controlling the food. The bigger picture is if we got their money, we got their mind, we got their food, we got their fear, and we got them in health, we good to go. They can scream and holler all they want to. We don't care. The goal is, I read an article, is to own nothing but be happy.
Be happy.
Yep. That is. Those the two people who own everything in the world is Vanguard and BlackRock. They own everything. Why you think Coke and Pepsi are competitions? They're not. They're owned by the same people. I worked at the exchange. They own the food, the money, the clothes, whatever you want. They all own it all.
401k, all of that.
Yeah, all of that is tied to them. They got 95% of it. They're just looking for a little bit more.
And you wouldn't guess who has the other 20%. You would never guess, Gigi.
Fifth Third Bank is in there too. It's Fifth Third Bank. I look at the stockholders that they keep confidential. It's Fifth World Bank, and those is an elite group. They hold their little thing over there in Sweden every year in Geneva. Mr. Strauss, WEF. They've put it out there in the public. They just figured it doesn't matter. They don't care about the protests and things that you all say. They don't care about that because they have the ultimate control, and that's your data. You're not moving very far. It's going to be data. You're not going to be able to go face recognition, ID card, all that. You're in the system. We're all in the system. So I just wanted to bring that forth and think about focusing on Christ. A lot of people aren't talking about that because it's a spiritual war, just like it is an earthly war. It really is, because everything living is going to die. The question is, where you planning on trying to go? Because this is not it. It's designed that way. It's going to be that way. And there's nothing no one can do to stop it. Nothing. I'll turn it back to you, Miss.
Woo, Miss White, you done came in and blew it up. I appreciate you. I think it's a good note to end the show with y'all. Okay. So before we go, Tank, what is your last comments?
Hello.
Yeah.
I think some of my thoughts were parallel with hers. I was really listening to what she was saying, but she's way above into the future of the United States empire. However, I think with the international coming against the United States, I don't think the United States is going to win this, what they're trying to do. I don't think so. It's going to be short lived. It's 2 years and that's it. He doesn't have as much power as he's bullying everybody else to be living in fear. There is Christ. Christ does not want us to live in fear either. And it's like, oh God, we're going to be captive by Donald Trump and Musk. No, we're not. So we got to change our way of thinking, take care of our own family. If we learn anything about Angie's family, is that you can't, like her daughter said at the funeral, we argued a lot. That kind of triggered me, like, wow, you said that at the funeral? You know, we all probably knew you didn't have a good relationship, but the things that they were saying at her funeral, to me, it was just too much. So I just think we should go back to Angie Stone, play her music. Hopefully her family can get some royalties and get along. That's the way I look at that. But I don't think she was ever in that van at all.
Well, thank you, Think Tank. I appreciate you. I love for you to come back more often. We need to hear more voices like yours.
I appreciate you having this platform, really. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Miss White, your last remarks, your last words, closing remark.
Yes, ma'am. I want to just say this. I'm praying for families constantly, and I'm praying that people will draw closer to God. I really do. It's not a lot that's being said, not a lot that's not being done. And no, I don't walk in fear. I walk in not being conformed of the world, but being aware and learning how to maneuver, because it's forever more changing. I pray that everyone will take something out of the things that's been shared and use it to make a change within your family and legacy, because that's what matters. It absolutely matters about our personal relationship with God, because that's what it means in the end. We're not going to live forever. We're not going to stop anything. We're just on the cusp of the earth with her labor pains. We're just in the beginning of it. And what we got to do is try to teach and pass the word of God to others who can't see a light, who may not know about it. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what our purpose is for. It is not to be saying that, oh, I'm living, they got control. We already know this is the devil's world, and you can't have any expectation of anything less than. Our focus should be on Christ. Our focus should be on trying to help others and leaving some type of spiritual legacy for others to find their way as well. As the Bible say, I'll leave you with this. The path is wide. The other one is narrow, and many will not find it.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss White. We really appreciate you. And I hope that I hear more of you, because we really need more voices like yours. All right. So I'm going to let Miss White go. Dream, closing remarks.
That's just the same thing I was just saying. We just have to go back to loving on one another and building up our own confidence and heal our hurt and wounds, because you have some parents that you can say they're not breaking the cycle, because these parents, some of them they're jealous of their children, or they're living through their children. You've had your chance to live. Just do right by people. Treat people how you want to be treated. Just start there. Treat people how you want to be treated. Love on each other. Don't get so distracted and so far ahead of yourself that you can't see what's in front of you. And if you have wisdom and if you have knowledge, share it so we all can grow. That's all.
Right. That's right. Thank you, Dream. Appreciate it. Please join me more often. All right. Magic. Closing remarks, Magic. Okay, maybe Magic is sleeping. Magic, I'm going to put her down. All right, you guys. I just want to say thank you all for joining us on this journey of trying to get more information about Angie. We are all concerned. Tomorrow is going to be Monday, and I'm hearing that her people has their own reporters and their own investigators that is going to push certain narratives. So we have to stay watchful and hear what they have to say. And I'm just curious, what are they going to say? So please make sure you guys continue the support. If we didn't hear from you today, we hope that we hear from you tomorrow. All right. So I wish you all a great night, a blessed night. Make sure you guys like this video if you have yet to do so. Make sure you have subscribed here at the Messy Sweet Spot. All right. Until then, I will see you guys tomorrow.